tags, they're a set standard. So it's not like, oh, this is only done for smart speakers. It's a set of standard tags, and there's actually quite a few tags that you can do a lot of different things with. So my assumption is that a good, well-rounded screen reader would use those tags in a way. I do know that the voice assistants use the accommodate the some or a lot of the SSML tags to varying degrees. Like Amazon, I did the Amazon examples on purpose because Amazon supports almost all of the SSML tags, and so I was able to do the voice switching and stuff like that. Google doesn't support the voice tag yet, so they're still building out that tag, but they support most of the other SSML tags. So my assumption is yes, they would either ignore it and or they would be able to handle them. But I don't know enough. I haven't
All right.
experimented
Well,
with them to be able to say for sure.
thank you. Thank you. If you know the answer, maybe you can post it in
There
YouTube
you go.
chat
That'd be
and
good.
get us an answer there. Chip, I think you probably spurred a invocation name like rush, like the domain rushes when I would release the new TLDs and like everyone would go register all these domains. I feel like that last slide of yours really probably got some people off their rear and were, Googling how to figure that out. Have you experienced, you mentioned how not a lot of people are leveraging the invocation names, but have you experienced yet when a brand has an invocation name that's already claimed that's like their brand and that kind of fight that we see over the domain name space?
So I, how do I answer that right? So what I can say is that to be able to get an invocation name, you have to build a voice app and have it certified by the respective party, either Amazon or Google or Samsung or, and in that certification process is when they say, okay, yes, your voice app is certified and that invocation name works for your voice app. And in Google's case, it's like, okay, you now own that invocation name. What I have seen is matter of fact, I had one of my clients call me up the other day, and he's a podcaster. And when people were asking for his podcast, which is What's Your Excuse, there's a multiple What's Your Excuse podcasts out there, and Amazon was choosing somebody else's What's Your Excuse podcast by default. And so he said, hey, what can we do about that? Well, we can build a voice app and we can use the invocation name of What's Your Excuse. And so now when people say play What's Your Excuse, Amazon says, oh, hey, there's a voice app out there with the invocation name What's Your Excuse. We'll use that to decide what content should be delivered. And so now when you say play What's Your Excuse on the Amazon devices, his podcast gets played instead of Amazon getting to decide whatever one they want to play. So the answer is yes, the invocation name is going to kind of change thing on its head. Very, very few people know that this invocation name is going to be a really big deal in the voice assistant space. And so that's usually at the end of my talk, that's one of the big things. It's like, okay, wait a minute. So what do I do? Because I got a brand and I want to manage that. So
it doesn't sound like SEO is dying, Chip.
No,
I feel like SEO is here to stay. Well, this was amazing. I learned so much from this presentation. Thank you so much.
You're absolutely welcome. Thank you for having me. This was it was great to talk, and good questions. I appreciate them.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I have a little history with voice, so I wanted to nerd all out on it, but I wish we had more time. But thank you all for attending this session with Chip Edwards and myself. You can continue the conversation using hashtag WPAD2020. And you can read Chip's responses to any lingering questions on wpaccessibility.org. Don't forget to attend our next talk, SEO and Web Accessibility, Partners for a Better Internet, with the amazing Joe Hall giving that talk at 2400 UTC. Now, I do want to note, though, that session will be essentially on a new YouTube link, which will be posted in the YouTube chat here pretty much as I say these words. So check that out as well and make sure to show up at the right place. And I'll see you all after the break. Thank you. I guess we're still going, Chip. You should bring out your Google Voice.
There we go. I can do that. Thanks, David. I appreciate it.
Hello and welcome to the next session of the WordPress Accessibility Day. I am your host, Mike Demo, and helping us in the chat moderator is Kayla Demopoulos. Our next session is going to be by Joe Hall. Joe has been a WordPress developer and SEO for the last 11 years. He first became interested in accessibility consulting back in the 90s, but mostly does technical SEO for medium-sized companies, nonprofit, and enterprise-level brands. He is passionate about accessible, highly optimized, and fast WordPress themes. Joe's talk is going to be about SEO and web accessibility partners for a better internet. If you have any questions, please make sure to put them into the chat and we will get those at the end. And please remember that there is a code of conduct for this event and we're all part of the same WordPress community. With that, thank you so much and welcome, Joe.
I am looking forward to this conversation. I'm going to start my slides here. Okay, so this talk is called SEO and Web Accessibility Partners for a Better Internet. And I'm going to get started here. Okay, so let's get started with some definitions. This talk is geared towards folks that are interested in SEO, but also for folks that are interested in accessibility, obviously. And so, because we're talking to two separate groups, I thought it might be smart to do some basic definitions so that we're all on the same page. And so when we talk about web accessibility, um, web accessibility is the inclusive practice of ensuring there is no barriers that prevent interaction with or access to websites on the World Wide Web for people with all types of disabilities. And when we talk about SEO, we're talking about search engine optimization, the process of increasing the quality and quantity of website traffic by increasing the visibility of a website or web page to users of a web search engine. This may involve increasing rankings found within the results or improving the presentation of existing listings or rankings. And something, one of the really interesting aspects of SEO and web accessibility as a practice, if this is something you do professionally or you're just interested in it, these two things can influence many of the same areas of product development. So they both touch on user experience, design and information architecture, content development and content optimization, and technical infrastructure. So it makes sense that if there are so many overlapping areas, that we should be working closer together with each other. Um, it might be smart to go to dispel some myths because there are lots of myths around both practices, and it's smart to be on the same page. So, myth number one: accessibility is only focused on improving access for the visually impaired. I see a lot of SEOs with this myth, and the truth is that accessibility is focused on lots of different types of disabilities, visual impairments, motor and mobility impairments, auditory or hearing impairments, seizure disorders, cognitive or intellectual disabilities. So we're talking about a cross disability spectrum, not just visual impairments. Myth number two: SEO is only about optimizing content with keywords. So this comes up a lot with folks that have sort of a cursory understanding of SEO. But the truth is that SEO follows technical best practices. It looks at external signals such as links or citations. It informs the design or information architecture process. And then, of course, it does focus on content optimization. Another myth that I hear a lot of SEOs make is that excellent SEO means full accessibility, or vice versa, that full accessibility means excellent SEO. And we'll take a look in this talk about how the two practices uh, overlap each other, and how having good accessibility can mean in some ways that you're doing the right thing for SEO, and then vice versa with SEO for accessibility. But it's a myth to assume that just because you have great accessibility, that somehow you're going to do really well with SEO, or that just because you have great SEO that your website is accessible. That's just not the case, and we'll look into that in a moment. So let's start talking about some of the areas of overlap and conflict. I've put together a Venn diagram here, and everything that's listed on this diagram is, of course, not a complete list of either practice. This is just an example of some of the things that might be found in each area, and how some things overlap. And on the uh, on the left side here, I have SEO, and in the SEO quadrant of this Venn diagram, I have listed page speed, structured data, external links, mobile indexing, and AMP. Um, and then on the accessibility only section of the Venn diagram, I have ARIA, screen readers, HTML landmarks, keyboard access, and form optimization. Some of the main, shared areas that overlap between SEO and accessibility are information architecture, the use of anchor text, content optimization, and media optimization. And so we'll take a look at some of these overlapping areas now, and see how they work together, and how sometimes they can cause conflicts as well. So we'll start off with information architecture. So with navigation items, um, for SEO, navigation items should follow the information architecture, have simple but descriptive labels, and point to main sections of the site. And for SEO, this is great because these help build internal links site wide, which helps spread link equity and helps the search engines find all the main sections of the site. For accessibility, navigation items should have simple and descriptive labels. And this is, primarily for ease of navigation, and those navigation items should be easy for the user to understand and find easily. um, Unordered list. So in HTML, we have different types of lists. We have unordered list and numbered list. Typically, when we're making an information architecture or navigation, we'll use an unordered list, and then also we'll use it also for things like tertiary navigation as well on the page. Search engines prefer organized content and clean HTML for navigation. So an unordered list is really great for search engines because they can easily understand that these links belong together as a set, and they'll either parse those as parts of uh, the featured snippet if you're doing things like featured snippet optimization, or other things. But for accessibility, screen readers will parse unordered list of links for menus. And so it's really helpful to think about organizing, your navigation, especially sub navigation or tertiary navigations, into unordered list for both SEO and accessibility. Anchor text. So this is our first item that has a little bit of conflict. We'll start with the SEO part of it. Search engines use anchor text to associate keywords within target pages that those links are linked to. And so when we talk about anchor text, we're talking about the text found within a link. And so for SEO, search engines use that text to associate the terminology that should be associated with the page that the link is pointing to. And then for accessibility, screen readers will list links independently of content, and therefore anchor text should not rely on the context of the content um, it is found in. So, in other words, your anchor text should never be like, click here or, download this, that kind of thing. It should always be descriptive of the page that it's linking to, so that when those links are pulled out of the context and made into a independent navigation menu, it's easy to understand what those links go to. Some conflicts. So SEOs have a tendency to stuff a bunch of keywords within anchor text. Like I said before, it's because that anchor text can influence the terms that the search engines will associate with that target page. Um, and so you want to make sure that as you are optimizing your anchor text, that anchor text is also useful for accessibility. You don't want to just jam up a bunch of keywords in your anchor text so that when those links are taken out of the content to make a menu, they still have to make sense. So it's really important for SEOs not to just jam up a bunch of keywords into the anchor text and make for a bad navigation for screen readers. Let's look at content optimization. So heading tags, these are like your H1, H2, H3 tags. For SEO, they should structure the content with main and subheadings, use tags consecutively, and include the target terms. And generally, you want to use like one H1 tag per page, and then underneath that, use consecutive order. H2, H3, H4. You know, on down. For accessibility, screen readers use these heading tags for content navigation. And so again, you want to use the same structure they would use for SEO, and use a very descriptive uh, content within the heading tags that would describe the content for that section of the page. And so a good balance for SEO and accessibility is that you can label these heading tags with content that includes descriptive keywords that also describe the content that um, the headings represent. Um, Title tags. So title tags are a very important part of SEO. And so title tags should include unique targeted keywords for rankings, and increase click-through rates. For accessibility, title tags should include unique terms for navigation. Now, a conflict that I see sometimes is that SEOs sometimes include marketing language in the content, in the title tags, such as click through calls to action to increase click through rates. And so basically, the reason this happens is because the search snippet, the what you see within the search results, that title there is taken from the title tag, and so SEOs oftentimes like to write kind of eye popping marketing language within the title tag to get users to click on their search result within the search rankings. And that's fine. But a problem with that is that that can get in the way of providing a useful navigation item. If you think about title tags as sort of a way to navigate through the pages, either through using tabs on your browser or navigation within a list of bookmarks, that kind of thing. You should always kind of keep your title tags as easy to understand as possible. And you can find a good balance between having a good call to action, but also making it so it's, kind of concise and easy to understand, that's the best method. Um, so keywords and language. So you want to use keywords for SEO in a natural way. Historically, SEOs have been kind of notorious about, you know, pumping a bunch of keywords into content, and trying to kind of force their content into the results. That's no longer as popular anymore as it used to be, which is a good thing, because for accessibility, content should adhere to good readability standards and should be easily understood. These two things really go together in my mind because the search engines are starting to employ more and more natural language processing, which attempts to understand the content the way a human being would read it. And so, therefore, using a bunch of targeted keywords, and writing your content in a way that doesn't sound natural, maybe not so smart for either SEO or accessibility. So it's always good to use natural language, and to use content that makes sense both for all users, search engines and human beings. Hidden content. So I saw this mentioned earlier today, in someone's talk, and for SEO, hidden content is not detected by search engines. And in some cases, it can be a violation of their quality guidelines. In accessibility, you can hide content from visual users, but then make it accessible to screen readers. And so there's different reasons why you might want to do this. So, for example, you might have a completely separate navigation just for screen readers, but you don't want that navigation to be visible to users, visual users. Um, and that's understandable. But accessibility professionals should not hide content that is critical for SEO. And this is just kind of common sense in a way because if we follow the principles of universal design, then we are making all of the content, kind of equally accessible to all different users. And so, if there's a special case where, okay, you have to hide a certain navigation just for screen readers, that's understandable. But if you are hiding content just for screen readers and some of that content has links in it that is not available to the visual users, then those links are not going to be used for SEO. So just keep in mind that, when you're hiding content, you need to keep things equal on both ends. That same content that maybe is hidden from visual users needs to be kind of represented in some way, especially internal links, because those are very important for SEO. So media optimization. So one of the things that SEOs talk about whenever accessibility comes up is alt tags for images. And SEOs tend to like to optimize alt text for images, because search engines utilize the text found in alt attributes to associate keywords or an understanding of the image. And so I think initially when search engines started doing this, it was a really great idea because, if you use the alt tags the way they're supposed to be, then you will include a very descriptive description of the image. And so obviously the search engines thought, oh, we can just take those out and we'll know what the image is then. And I think that's true still today. However, one of the conflicts I've found is that SEOs generally don't write very good alt text. They just stuff the alt text full of keywords. Um, and I've actually noticed where it's becoming commonplace in WordPress to basically just take like the title of the post and pop that into the image alt text, or even if you're using something like WooCommerce, sometimes they'll take like the product name and put that into the alt text of the product image. In some cases, that stuff works, but if you're a blogger and you're writing about something, you have an image in your article, it's likely that the title of the blog post is not going to match up with the description of the image that you're posting. So it's really important not to do that kind of stuff. And it's a really easy way, I think, to optimize the alt text, because if you have like 200 images that are missing alt text, it's super easy just to go in and change your WordPress theme to do that. But in the end, it doesn't really serve your users that use screen readers very much at all. And oftentimes, it actually doesn't really provide much value for SEO either, because they're not really a good description of the image at all either. So it is kind of a pain in the butt, but it's always better to write your own alt text by hand and not try to optimize it or automate it. Um, Videos. So I see a lot of folks that do videos, and the obvious accessibility approach to videos is to include closed captioning, and closed captioning has become relatively more accepted and a lot easier to implement on lots of different platforms. For SEO, what you can do is you can take the same transcript for the closed captions and utilize that for SEO content. So you can put that on the same page as the video. If you have an embedded video, you can totally just take the closed captioning content and then put that on the same page as a video transcript, and that turns into really great optimized SEO friendly content for the video. Um, and the same thing for podcast. You can do the same thing for podcasts. Podcasts are very popular now. If you have an audio transcript, that can be placed on the same page as the podcast is embedded in. And that creates a really great thing for SEO, and also for screen readers that would just read the audio transcript that's on the page where the podcast is embedded. So that wraps up the majority of this talk, and the talk went a little faster than I anticipated, but I do have some closing thoughts. So the best way to optimize for both accessibility and SEO is to work alongside amazing professionals that specialize in each. And I really can't stress this enough, because I feel like SEO and accessibility, because it touches on so many different areas, and because each one of the practices can be very detail oriented and very specific to different types of websites, or very specific and different types of clients. It's really difficult to be a jack or Jane of all trades, and do both. So I would encourage everyone to make friends with an SEO or an accessibility professional, and encourage them to work alongside you, and develop projects together, and share in your own experience to build better products. Of course, you can both learn about each other's fields, and do the best you can. But it's really important to have someone that really knows what they're doing, and with lots of experience. My name is Joe Hall, and you can reach me at these websites. And at the end here, I've included some more reading for the SEO folks. Here's some further reading on accessibility, And then for the accessibility folks, here is some further reading on SEO. That is it.
Cool. Great job. A lot of great information in there, Joe. So we have some questions that we're going to go through, and we'll see how many questions we have time for. If you still have questions, that's cool. Kayla's still posting them. Please just put them into the chat. So the first question is, do you have any recommendations for making sure you're using appropriate language for users and SEO?
I think that you need to primarily, I'm sorry, Mike, did you say for users and SEO or for accessibility and SEO?
Sure. Let me repeat it. Do you have any recommendations for making sure you are using appropriate language for users and SEO?
Okay. So you should just, I mean, really, you should write like you would if you were not focused on SEO. I mean, in my opinion, there are lots and lots of factors that go into ranking a web page. And if you are mindful of the types of terms that you want that web page to rank for, you can utilize those terms, um, intentionally here and there. But you don't need to. You don't need to. You don't need to. You don't need to over optimize and use too much. You can just use your natural language and talk as if you would in any other format. Use some terminology intentionally if you are thinking of certain things, but just talk like you normally would. You know.
Sure. And a similar question that I actually have is, how do you SEO for language, now that pronouns are becoming a bit, different, and, there could be they, them pronouns. Is SEO catching up when you use those less traditional pronouns in your copy?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I had never thought of that. So I think that one of the things that we talk about SEO is something called query intent. And so understanding why someone is searching for your content, and um, I can't imagine a situation where gendered pronouns would like really be required, because a lot of times when we think about SEO, we're thinking about proper nouns. Like we're thinking about like the names of things and people. And so I don't think that it really matters too much about what kind of pronouns you use. If you wanted to use like uh, non-gendered pronouns, I think that would work the same way. Um, I will say that, and this goes back to like query intent. If what you're publishing could be searched for verbatim, then you don't maybe want to like change the pronouns, right? So like if you have like a text that's maybe really well known, like lyrics or something like that, um, it might be tempting to go in there and take out all the gendered pronouns, but it probably would not be great for SEO, But again, like I said, I can't imagine a way that they would that would cause an issue. I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have another question from the chat. What are the easiest wins for us to fold into our accessibility work in terms of SEO? I know you touched on this a little bit on your talk.
So I think some of the easy wins is to think about like I mentioned with some of the captioning content and some of the uh, transcripts for podcasts, that kind of stuff. Like for example, with YouTube, for example, if you have a captioning transcript that you uploaded with your video on YouTube, go ahead and paste that into the description of the YouTube page. And that will help that YouTube video rank higher in search engines, because that content is inaccessible to the search engines. That's a really good, easy win. Another easy win is to think about how your heading tags are optimized. You for accessibility, you want your headings to to be descriptive of the content. But if you can pull that off while also like plopping in a keyword here and there that might work really well for that page for SEO, that's a really smart move. um, and the title tag as well. Like, really, for accessibility, you want really easy to read title tags, but if you can kind of combine that with the proper keyword usage, that really helps too. You know.
Yeah, I'm always a big fan of taking content you've already created and getting more leverage out of it. So if it's video content, taking the captions or the transcription.
Absolutely.
Podcast, yeah. Same thing. On that same note, do you there are obviously like free captioning and translation tools, and then you can pay like a service like Rev to have it human edited. Do you think it's worth to pay for a professional to make sure that it's verbatim and like there's no errors in the computerized translation? Or do you think the computerized, the automated stuff that's either cheap or free is good enough? Or does it depend on the project?
For captioning?
Yeah.
I think it's probably a good idea to...
I'm not sure.
I think it's...
My Alexa, sorry.
Okay. I think it's probably a good idea to go ahead and integrate some human editorial stuff on your captioning. One of the things I like to do is I'll go ahead and like upload a video to YouTube, and I'll let the YouTube's automated captioning project do the captioning, and then I'll go back and edit those myself, because it saves me a lot of time of versus having to go out and like actually edit everything. There is some stuff you can do. Like I work in digital marketing, so sometimes we'll have like uh video content made, and when we do that, we'll have a script written ahead of time. And if you do that, then you've already got it written. You've already got the captioning written right there. You just have to put in the timestamps for it. So I think a good balance between the automated and the human kind of approach is best.
Sure.
Yeah.
Get the head start on the automated stuff and then clean it up a little bit yourself. Excellent. Another question we got in the chat is, how important is alt attributes in SEO ranking and accessibility?
So it's important for SEO. It's important for image search. So when you go to Google and you go to the Google image search and you type a question in or some keywords, you get a bunch of images. That's how Google ranks those images, is by using alt text and then also the text found around the image. And so for SEO, that's really important. But for accessibility, obviously, that's very important for screen readers. And like I mentioned before, having a good balance between the two is important. I really think it's important to maybe go the accessibility route more when doing alt text. And if you're able to throw in some keywords, that's great. But at the end of the day, you don't want to just jam a bunch of keywords into the alt text, because that's not really good accessibility at all. And honestly, it's not really good for SEO either. SEO needs to be natural language, needs to make sense to human beings and search crawlers.
Yeah, and I know Twitter, I believe, just launched their alt text feature for images.
Yeah, they did.
On their platform.
It's been really nice. And that's been good because Twitter actually ranks really well for SEO. And so it's good for them because they're probably picking up a lot of new image searches because of that. And it also helps rank their images for people searching on web too, you know. So that's good.
Yeah, we have another question. It says, would you say that the argument that accessibility professionals should not hide content also argues that if designers want text hidden, maybe it's better for all users that it stay visible?
I'm not sure I understand the last part of that question.
Yeah, so I'm not exactly sure on the context here. I kind of just read it. So maybe there is a user interface that maybe some text is hidden unless there's a certain element engaged with, versus
Okay.
maybe showing that
So
that text at the first.
yeah, I understand now. So for SEO, um, Google's crawlers utilize Chrome. So they actually, like, Google's crawlers actually is based on Chrome now. And so what it does is it renders the page as if it's being opened in Chrome. However, it does not utilize a mouse. So user interface interaction does not really help with SEO. So if content is hidden behind a tab or a module or something that requires, you know, like user interface, a user interaction, SEO or search engines will not see it. And now this is actually a a kind of a debated topic among SEO nerds. Um, but generally speaking, we have to go with what Google says, and they say they don't, uh, they don't surface content that's not, visible um, without user interaction. Now, that being said, like, screen readers, for example, a lot of websites hide separate navigations just for screen readers, and I think that's fine. If you are hiding content that's just for screen readers, just make sure it's the same content that would be needed for SEO. Well, you don't want to hide anything that could have value from an SEO perspective. Um, you want to keep everything kind of visible, and so that the search engines can parse it and utilize it, in a visual format.
Certainly. Uh, Another question we got is, how do you prioritize to give focus to client content to rank more positively with SEO?
How do you prioritize
Uh,
client?
how I'm trying to parse the question. So I'm guessing they're meaning like, how do you work with clients to make sure that they get their message across, but you can do your job, with
Yeah,
SEO, like
yeah,
that
yeah,
balance between what the client copy wants and then
yeah,
also
yeah,
what the
yeah, yeah,
project requires.
yeah. So that's a difficult thing. One thing that, and I mean, I could probably write a book on this question, but I won't. So one thing that you can, it obviously it's different for every client, right? So some clients are going to be more flexible and be willing to change for SEO. Some clients are not. I think what you need to do as a professional is, on your own time, prioritize what's worth fighting for and what's not worth fighting for. Some things you need to understand that that it's the right thing to do, but really, is it going to move the needle for SEO? Probably not. So you don't really need to argue about it with your client. Um, you can, in some cases, and I do this a lot. In some cases, you can try to convince your client to create a whole different piece of content. Like I say, okay, you can keep this, because a lot of times clients like to have pages for things like paid search or social channels, that kind of stuff. And those things just don't work with SEO content. And so you can say, okay, we can keep these pages to use for advertising and that kind of thing, but let's create like a sister page that covers the same topics, but is well optimized for SEO. And that usually works out really well because then you can focus all your time and priority on what we call those like SEO landing pages. Focus all your time and priority and SEO kind of perspective on those pages, and they get to keep, their other content, and do whatever they want with it.
Sure. And our last question is, what are your thoughts? Because I'm just going to summarize it. They're talking about keyword stuffing in the alt text, and what are your thoughts on that? But they added the specific question about adding hashtags into alt text.
I've never heard of that. So I mean, I don't think there'd be much value in that at all. Um, Unless that hashtag was something that you think people are going to search for on image search. Uh, but I don't really see that. I mean, like I said before, you really have to understand your query, your query intention, and your what is the motive behind searching, the query intent. And if you think that users are going to be searching on image search for a hashtag, then yeah, you can put that in your alt text. I don't really know if that's really beneficial, but I don't see a problem why you couldn't do that. Again, like, alt text is for accessibility, first and foremost. So if the image is somehow related to that hashtag and that makes a good description of the image, then absolutely do that.
Sure. We have a few more minutes, so I'm going to ask a question that I have that I'm wondering your thoughts on. Do TLDs affect the SEO? Because there's a new TLD every week. .vegas, .design, .vote, .nyc.
So the answer is yes and no. So the answer is this: from a technical standpoint, no. Like from a technical standpoint, the algorithm kind of judges all TLDs the same. Um, from a realistic standpoint, there are a lot of other factors involved with SEO. And you have to ask yourself, like at scale, we're not talking about like, small stuff. At scale, how easy is it going to be to get someone to link to like a dot network or a dot market? Like there's always different TLDs now. And .com tends to be the preferred one still because it has the public interest. The public knows about that. It's like in commonplace, uh, language now. So all these other TLDs, it's hard to explain to people that might be linking to you, like, oh no, it's not .com, it's .market, or something that they maybe didn't even know existed. And so I would say that from a technical standpoint, no, TLD doesn't really matter too much. Um, it does matter though from a practical standpoint and how easy is it going to be to attract the needed signals. And I would suggest that everyone pass their domain through the telephone test, which is like trying to tell someone the name of your website address over the telephone, and how easy is that to do without having to like spell it out, that kind of stuff. If your domain name can pass the telephone test, then it probably will work well for SEO. You know.
Cool. Well, I want to thank you so much, Joe, for your time. Everyone, you can get his deck on the website of the event, wpaccessibilityday.org, to view his slides. And you're also on Twitter if people want to continue the conversation, correct?
Yeah, please join me on Twitter at Joe Hall.
Cool. Please, when you're on Twitter, please tweet at us at WP Accessibility. Our hashtags are hashtag WP Accessibility Day and hashtag WPAD 2020. Up next at the 1 o'clock UTC time is Adam, and his topic is accessible navigation from scratch. So again, thanks to Kayla for moderating the chat, and I'll be back with you in about 15 minutes. Thanks. Hello and welcome back to the WP Accessibility Day, 1 o'clock a.m. UTC session. If you have any questions, our chat moderator, Kayla, will be answering them. So please put the questions that you have for our speaker. Please remember that we are a welcoming community and there is a code of conduct in force during this entire event. And you can find slides and Twitter links and all the information on our website at wpaccessibilityday.org. Our speaker right now is Adam. Adam is a web developer at the University of Connecticut, or UConn, in the role at the Office of University Communications. He specializes in WordPress application development and web accessibility. He's also been on the accessibility and diversity committees at UConn. These include UConn's Innovation and Communication Technology Task Force and University Communications Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force. When he's not working, he enjoys reading, martial arts, and spending time with his family. So it's my pleasure to welcome Adam and his talk, Accessible Navigation from Scratch.
Hi, everybody. Let me see if I can get my screen shared. Make sure this works correctly. And I think that should do it. Okay, excellent. So thank you very much for that terrific introduction. And thank you all for being here with me. I hope that you've enjoyed everything so far and learned a lot from the other presenters today. So the web team in our office focuses on top-level and strategic marketing sites, such as uconn.edu, which is our main university website, our regional campus websites, and hospital network. And as you can imagine, these get a lot of traffic, and we need to make sure that they are as accessible and welcoming as possible to everyone who visits. A few years ago, the World Accessibility Day New England Conference was held at the university. Pretty much everyone from our office's web team attended. As the conference went on, it became very obvious very quickly how much work we needed to do. One of the things we looked at on our sites was the main navigation components. As a state institution, we had some pretty specific requirements. For instance, I think that at the time we were still supporting Internet Explorer 10, and we also wanted to make sure that, for instance, people could use the navigation elements without JavaScript, and we wanted to make sure that we were in compliance with all the relevant state and federal laws, and we also wanted to do the right thing and have our websites be as good as they could be. So one of the things after that conference was I wanted to improve these navigational elements, which leads us here today. Now, I'd like to point out that this project and presentation are based on the majority of the needs for sites currently in use at the University of Connecticut. So even if you choose not to use the specific approach I'll show you, the basic ideas can be adapted to a wide range of sites. Now, unless you're building a site which is only one page, people are going to have to find their way around. And not only that, but as a web developer, I know that if I put something or really anything interactive on a site, people are going to try and use it. So that means interactive elements may get used in ways that are unexpected or unfamiliar to me. As developers, just like we validate forum inputs because we can't anticipate every single thing someone might enter, we need to consider how people will use our sites besides with a mouse and screen. In terms of accessibility, this concept applies to visitors with permanent disabilities first and foremost. At the same time, some visitors may have a temporary or contextual accessibility need with respect to a site. Their mouse might break, they might be working on an airplane going through turbulence, their dominant hand might be broken, or maybe they visited an eye doctor and got their pupils dilated. We just can't know. We can't know the situation for every single person who visits us, but we can try to design, build, and prepare sites in the most equitable ways we can. So how can we make sure this happens? Well, we try to keep our sites poor. You may have heard or seen this acronym POOR in the past, but what does it mean in the context of a navigation menu? In my view, perceivable means if a visitor can physically see the menu, it must be visible or be able to be made visible. If that visitor can't physically see the menu, a screen reader should detect and announce items. For the menu to be operable, someone should be able to interact with it with the mouse and or the keyboard. If someone uses a mouse and there are submenus, they need to be resilient. That is, the submenus can't disappear immediately. Further, all the items in a submenu need to be reachable with a mouse or a keyboard. For the menu to be understandable, it should behave in a predictable way. Therefore, it needs to maintain visual and auditory consistency. For instance, if an icon toggles between two states, such as open and closed, it should do that predictably. Menu items should announce themselves in a predictable way for people who use screen readers. Finally, for the menu to be robust, in our case, we wanted to ensure that it would work at least to some degree without JavaScript. And this meant keeping the style and user experience approximately the same as if there were JavaScript available. In order to accomplish these goals, we identified 3 cases for menu items that are typical for the types of site we build. Overall, I think these cases are pretty common. First, a link by itself, which we can easily rely on WordPress to handle. After that, we identified 2 types of submenus. Those that have a link to a top-level page with subpages beneath and menu items that need to solely act as a toggle to a series of sub-items. These are fairly typical types of elements in a nav menu. Either you want to go somewhere by following a link, or you want to reveal more choices through some kind of toggling action. So now that we've got our goals through the POOR acronym and our cases, we need to have a good idea of what elements are available to build with. So before we try to style anything or provide interaction, we need to get a handle on the HTML tags and properties we want and how they're going to get rendered to the page. This actually has a massive impact on the overall, all the decisions that get made later. For instance, the style, JavaScript, everything else that comes after. If we don't have a good concept of what we have at the beginning and where we're trying to go, then we won't be able to add on. Fortunately, WordPress has a built-in way to generate a menu with the WP nav menu function, and I'm sure that many of you are familiar with this. The good news is that WP nav menu is easy to use and get started with. It accepts a list of arguments that provide a fair amount of customization quickly. And then after that, as soon as the page loads, it displays a menu. One argument which I tend to change immediately is the container argument. By default, the menu will be contained by a div. This isn't ideal for a navigation menu of this type because a div doesn't impart any structure or meaning on its own. But you can set the container to a nav element. When you do this, the final output of the menu will be wrapped in a nav tag. Browsers will then detect the tag and create an implicit ARIA role for it with a landmark. This is a useful accessibility improvement because a screen reader will have an easier time parsing the document's content. There are other arguments which you may be familiar with as well. For instance, you can set custom classes or IDs or set a theme location. Depending on how many navigation sections you have on the page, you might also set the container or ARIA label argument as well to further clarify the menu's purpose. Now, WP Nav menu works really well for menus that have only one level of content. However, once you add depth to the menu, you'll run into accessibility issues. Let's take a look at how WP Nav menu interprets each of the three cases I shared. Then we can see how we might improve their accessibility. The markup for a plain link is pretty straightforward. WordPress gives us just what we need, an anchor tag with a URL. This will provide a nice accessible link that supports people who use keyboard navigation and/or screen readers. So far, so good. After this, things start to get complicated. In this case, we want to provide the ability to either click on a top-level link to visit a page or access items in a submenu. As the markup is now, though, we run into a couple of things that could be better. First, the ARIA label attribute on the link takes precedence for screen readers over the content inside of the anchor tag. So instead of a screen reader saying the inner text of the link, which is about us, it will say the value of the ARIA label, which is just submenu. That's not terribly descriptive because someone might want to click the link. Next, ARIA has pop-up will announce to a screen reader that a pop-up is available, but we're missing supporting ARIA attributes to associate the link with a specific submenu and indicate if that submenu is open or closed. Last, depending on how the submenu is hidden and shown, there might be no good way for people who use a keyboard to get to it effectively. In addition, aside from showing the submenu when the mouse hovers over the list element, it's not clear how we can open the submenu. If we click on the link, it'll take us to the page and never open the submenu. If we just want the top nav item to work as a toggle, we can use a hash symbol as the link. Of course, then we need to use JavaScript to prevent it from reloading the page when the link is clicked, and this is something that internally at our department we wanted to avoid. However, if we get rid of the href attribute by removing any link from the admin area, the item can't be focused with a keyboard. Browsers will interpret anchor tags without an href property, like a span or any other inline element. So we can add non-JavaScript dependent toggles to the list of issues we need to handle. Now, I'd like to show you what we'd like to add, how we're going to get there, and what the result is. At this point, what I wanted was a portable, flexible, robust set of choices to build off. That included things like being able to distinguish between links that go somewhere and toggles that don't. More ARIA attributes to support people who use screen readers, custom classes, icons, and so on. WordPress does provide some additional filters for navigation menus, such as WP Nav menu items, WP Nav menu object filters. However, I wanted to be able to create the same kinds of markup across a variety of themes. For us, this would help with our brand consistency and visitor expectation from one site to the next. Fortunately, we can tap into and override the core class WP Nav menu uses to generate the output for a navigation menu. We can do this with a custom Walker class. To make it portable, we can then turn that into a composer package that can be installed from GitHub or Packagist. The project can then be used in many places. The Walker Nav menu class is part of a collection of walkers, which all inherit their functionality from a general Walker class. Now, to be completely honest, when I started looking into this back then, the walkers were incredibly confusing. Fortunately, these classes take care of a lot of the work for us, though. For example, we don't have to worry about writing our own recursive functions to traverse menu structures, since that's their main purpose. Rather, we can focus on logic for the markup our menu might need and what the output should look like. Once you write your custom walker class, you can then add it to the list of arguments used by WP Nav menu. When you do this, all the markup created by WP Nav menu will flow through the custom walker. This means that you can override any of the walker nav menu's methods with your own, and that's what WP Nav menu will use. There are 4 class methods available, which will let you start a level, start an element, end an element, and end a level. In this context, we only need 2 of those, the one to start a level and start an element. Every item in the menu is going to pass through the start L and end L methods. These methods are where we can add logic to support the type of markup we want to build. Consequently, the start L method was where most of the work for my custom walker happened. However, we're not just dealing with a flat menu. We need to be able to add depth as well. When we create a nested submenu, the walker will pass the output for the markup through the start and end level methods as well. These create the unordered lists. We can take advantage of that to affect how the submenu unordered list elements get created. In terms of accessibility, we can make sure we're adding useful IDs to each level, for example. By default, WordPress wasn't doing this, or at least I don't remember it doing it back when I started this. It may do it now. This will let us match up the submenu to an ARIA owns property in the item's markup. Now that we've seen the path the markup takes through the walker class, let's zoom in to the start L method where most of the logic happens. Here I've written out some pseudocode to describe the flow through our custom start L method. The shell of this is exactly what you would see if you took a look at the walker. We can start by checking to see if the current item has children. That is, should it be a link by itself or should it have a submenu with it? If not, if it's just a link by itself, we can output the start of a list item with a link inside and then finish. Otherwise, we need to know if the top level item should be a link or a button. If it doesn't have a link, we can output the start of a list item with a button on the inside. Otherwise, we need both a link and then a button as a sibling. This way we can account for all the cases in the markup. With this logic in place, we can also do things like add additional custom classes and data attributes. Those can help us style and interact with the menu more easily. Let's look at some examples of the output that the custom walker I wrote creates. So here we're back at our plain link, but notice that we've added prefixed am- classes in addition to the standard WordPress classes. These will help designers and developers create styles specifically for these types of menus without relying on WordPress classes. There's also a Node.js class on the element. The Node.js class will be removed from the markup if the menu's JavaScript is available. If the JavaScript doesn't run, this class will provide a failsafe for opening and closing submenus, as I'll show soon. Here's how we can improve the markup for linked items with submenus. First, instead of the link's ARIA label only saying submenu, it now describes the text of the link and gives a hint about how you can interact with it. You can obviously change this to whatever is appropriate for you. Next, the button is going to provide a semantically appropriate element that we can interact with whether JavaScript is available or not. We've also added a couple more ARIA attributes to it. ARIA expanded will indicate to a screen reader if the submenu is open or not. We can change its state with JavaScript later. Since we don't want any text to show on the button, we need to give it an ARIA label to provide context. This is in case the button is focused. Inside the button, we can then make space for an icon. Here, we can use the ARIA hidden property. The ARIA hidden property will hide only the icon from screen readers, but still leave it visually available. Since we've created screen reader accessible text on the button with the ARIA label property and added the ARIA expanded property, we can use ARIA hidden to hide the icon without a problem. The ARIA owns property will associate the button with the submenu with the ARIA owns property, or the correct ID rather. This works in a way similar to how a label is associated with a form element. This is now markup that will let a visitor choose between clicking on a link or opening up a submenu. In the last case, there is no link for the item. It's replaced entirely by a button, so it can always act as a toggle. You can imagine that if you combine all these cases, you can start to get a very flexible and accessible menu. But we're not quite done yet. So far, we've made sure that people will be able to interact with the menu with a mouse, keyboard, and a screen reader. But now we have to think a little bit more about design and interaction. In our context, we wanted menus to work primarily through toggling actions. Actually, as I was writing this, I forgot one thing, and I added this slide today. So as I was preparing the presentation, I realized I had made a mistake. In the navigation menu, you want to have the current page and or its top level parent visually highlighted somehow. And this lets people know which page is active. WordPress gives classes for this, but also you want to make sure that the ARIA current property is set on pages. Prior to WordPress 5.3, I think you had to do this manually. And typically, you could check you could do this with the nav menu link attributes filter. But in checking, this filter doesn't seem to work with the custom walker I created. I'm not entirely sure why right now, so I'm going to have to go back and refine it, but that's okay. I think the more important thing is to note that even while trying my best, I still ended up missing something by accident, which is all the more reason for me to keep learning and researching. Now, I'm not going to go over everything in the CSS for this project, but rather focus on CSS related to hiding and showing content. When we use CSS to hide and show content, our choices affect how people who use screen readers and keyboards can or cannot interact with web content. The ability to show and hide content is an important part of user interface and user experience design. This is especially true for navigation menus, where we often want to hide or show content on hover or focus. If we're not careful, we can inadvertently use CSS to create an inaccessible experience for our visitors. So I think that it's important to understand the accessibility implications of how we use CSS to accomplish this. There's several cases where this chart is important. We might consider the case where a visitor who uses a screen reader wants to skim all the links on a site. We should be aware that if we use display none or visibility hidden, we'll be hiding content from them. Another visitor may come to our site and have an issue with motor control and browse with a keyboard. Depending on how we hide and show content, our choices may make that user experience more or less accessible. If the links in the navigation menu can be found in other ways or duplicated somewhere, that may not be a problem, but we should think about our choices and the overall context of the site as we make them. One of the design requirements, as I've said for our menus, was that submenus should be open and closed by toggle. The usual way to do this is with JavaScript, so that when someone clicks on the menu item, the submenu is shown or hidden. However, we can't predict if people will have JavaScript available to them. Some people may choose to not use JavaScript. They may block it entirely. There may be a delay getting JavaScript to someone, or there may be an error that prevents JavaScript from loading correctly. If we're going to hide the submenus or content, we should still think about how we can give people a way to access those items. One way to do this is the focus within pseudo class, which I'll describe in a moment. You should be aware, though, that focus within isn't supported by Internet Explorer or non-Chromium versions of Microsoft Edge. According to the analytics I looked at for our sites, this represented a small percentage of our visitors. Further, this pseudo class will only be used in the event that JavaScript fails altogether. I think that the browser restrictions are a fair trade-off to get a very similar effect. Now, if the JavaScript does not run correctly, the Node.js class and its styles will be applied to the menu. This includes the focus within pseudo class. The Mozilla Developer Network says the focus within, quote, represents an element that has received focus or contains an element that has received focus. In other words, it represents an element that is itself matched by the focus pseudo class or has a descendant that is matched by focus, end quote. In plain terms, this means that even if a parent element can't be focused, if a child element can, the entire structure can be styled as if the parent can be focused. That's why it can be applied to the unordered list element instead of an anchor tag. Typically, unordered list elements can't receive focus, but because the list can contain an element like a link that can receive focus, the list will respond to the focus within class. Here's a small demonstration. The markup for each of these menus is exactly the same. You can confirm as much by going to the CodePen linked in the slide. The only difference is the use of the focus within selector. You can see that on the left, the submenu elements for the About Us menu item aren't reachable by keyboard. However, on the right, you can tab through them as you would the top level links. Here's an example in context. The admissions and about elements are links with buttons to toggle submenus next to them as siblings, symbolized by the carets. Without JavaScript enabled, you can see how a visitor might traverse the menu items just with a keyboard. And of course, they can still use a mouse as well. There are still some improvements we can make to this though. For instance, maybe a visitor doesn't want to tab through every single item of every single submenu to find the one they want. In this menu, maybe they want to tab to the student life submenu without going through all the others. Now for that, we need to start talking about JavaScript. We can definitely get some accessibility improvements to this type of menu if we add JavaScript. In this project, when a button is clicked, the ARIA expanded state changes from true to false, or vice versa. The CSS is then set up so that the button's icon will be changed depending on the state. This provides both visual and auditory context for site visitors as they use the menu. However, one group that we haven't really talked about is developers themselves. We might create a plugin or library that has technically excellent accessibility. But if it's hard for a developer who's beginning their career to use the JavaScript or CSS that's included, they may choose to avoid using the project altogether. The JavaScript, or CSS for that matter, for this project, doesn't require any additional dependencies or libraries. Not only that, but in the context of WordPress, the relevant script or styles can be enqueued directly from Composer's vendor directory. This means that developers don't need any additional front-end tooling or bundling libraries to get started. All that's required is that they follow a typical WordPress workflow to enqueue dependencies. Once the script is properly enqueued, it also has a very small external API. There's a configuration object, which only has two properties, both of which are optional. In order to use the navigation JavaScript, there's only one method you need to know. This means developers with a wide range of experience can use this in their projects. This approach may be less flexible than something with a larger API. However, I believe in this context, it's a good trade-off because developers with a wide range of experience will be able to use it more quickly. In fact, as a university, sometimes we have student developers who work on our projects. The init method in the JavaScript starts by defining which menu the JavaScript should apply to. It then removes the Node.js CSS class from that menu. Finally, it runs a method to set event listeners on the menu and the document. The set event listeners method attaches listeners to menu items and prepares them to pass events to an event dispatcher. The dispatcher determines the type of event and routes it to a particular event handler. Once the event is properly dispatched to the handler, it's responsible for the logic to set the state of menu items and properties. Depending on the state of the menu, event listeners are also added to the document so people can close open submenus with the escape key or by clicking outside the menu area. Here are two of the event handlers that are part of the JavaScript. They're divided so that they can manage mouse or focus events separately. Now, while I was working on the project, I found it was best to keep mouse, keyboard, and focus events separate from each other. That way I could handle exceptions for each type of event while encapsulating other parts of the code for reuse. One thing to note here is that these menus follow the disclosure design pattern for navigation menus. Now, as I understand it, in terms of keyboard support, this means that they're required to do three things: move among items with the tab key, be able to select and activate items once they're focused with the space or enter key, and close items with the escape key. This is very different than an element with the menu ARIA role. The menu ARIA role requires more types of keyboard interaction, such as the ability to use arrow keys. However, in the example linked in the slide, well, it doesn't appear to be linked in the slide. Sorry about that. We'll get that later. The markup is trying to create something more like an application menu for a text editor. If it turns out that I'm completely wrong about this and that I need to add more keyboard support to the menus, that's okay. The JavaScript is flexible enough to allow more types of keyboard events. The event routing would require only a few additional cases. From there, I could add appropriate event handlers without too much difficulty, I hope. In any event, I think it's always worth going back to review projects from the past and see how they can be updated. Earlier this morning, I read an article about WCAG 2.2, and for all I know, I'll need to bring this project up to date to conform at some point to that or a future version. In any event, here you can see the effect that JavaScript has on keyboard navigation. A visitor can now select among different submenus, however they like, with a mouse or a keyboard. Once the submenu is open, the next key press on the tab key will take visitors to the submenu. You can also see the relevant icon stays changed as well until someone leaves and closes the menu. This is done by tying the CSS to the ARIA expanded attribute of the toggle. Here are just a few resources collected into one place. I listed a few of the themes this project is part of just to demonstrate how it can be styled in different contexts. This variety is why I wanted to make sure that the project was portable, and which is why we chose to bundle it as a composer package. I thought it would also be helpful to give a few code resources and documentation as well. You can browse the repo we use, and if you like, contribute to help improve it. So to wrap things up, there's still quite a lot to do, even after so much time. Web accessibility standards continue to be updated and refined. Plus, as I've shown, there's at least one thing that I've missed and need to revise. So personally, I want to make sure that I stay informed and engaged with issues around accessibility so I can be of service to the people who visit us. So to finish up, I'd like to thank all of you for being here with me. And I'd also like to thank everyone involved with today's conference for giving me some time to share this with you all. If you have questions, I am more than happy to answer them. Let's see if I can stop the screen sharing. And
Wow, Adam.
I can turn my camera on, right? Is that okay?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely.
There we
You're
go.
comfortable with that.
Okay.
Hey.
Hey, it's good to see you in person.
Nice to see you in person in the interwebs, as it were. So
yeah,
great talk. Very informative. What is the project license? What's the open source license? Is it MIT, GPL?
You know, I don't remember off the top of my head. It's probably a very broad, broad license. I mean, this was basically. We looked at the websites that we had and realized that these, beyond just ordering things with proper, H1, H2, H3, right? There were some broader issues involved that at a technical level we were going to have to deal with. And this was the first one I wanted to tackle because it seemed like it was going to be one of the most difficult. So I think the licenses, if I even wrote one, is very broad. Yeah.
Fair enough. I always just find that interesting, how people license things. But anyway, I'm a geek. So we have some questions. And if you still have questions, please put them into the chat. And Kayla, our chat moderator, will send them over to me. And then I'll say them out loud. And then Adam will answer them. So our first one is a mega menu accessibility suited, or can it be made usable? If so, can you describe or provide a sample? So I think, is a mega menu accessible or can it be made accessible?
I mean, I guess that would entirely depend upon whether or not it conforms to WCAG standards, right? So can you navigate the menu using a mouse and or a keyboard? Does it respond appropriately to a screen reader when you do so? So for instance, just so you all know, my reference point for screen readers is the Mac OS screen reader. Honestly, I don't have JAWS or anything like that. And we don't really have that kind of material where I work. But I try to use the Mac OS screen reader as best I can. I would say that, yeah, you should just be very careful in the case of a mega menu because you may inadvertently hide content that you would rather have people get to. So I think that what you should do in the case of a mega menu is try to navigate the site with a screen reader and see what happens if you, can you actually get to any of the items? Can you get to the items if you only navigate by keyboard? Yeah, and I think that will be the determinant if it's accessible or not, better than me just giving a broad, yes, they are, no, they're not. Yeah.
Sure. Our next question is, how have you found the experience to be for voice command users when using error label to provide the accessible name?
So is the question, I guess I'm not quite sure I understand the question. Is the question, does it read the name appropriately?
I think so. I
believe that it reads, last I checked it did. I mean, it's certainly, we don't have anything that responds to voice commands in these menus. Certainly, I don't have the background to handle that. Although if it's something that I need to do, I can certainly start looking into it. But as best I know, and the last time I checked, yes, they all read correctly.
Okay. And our last question, and if anyone has a last minute question, please put it into the chat now and we'll try to get to that, is menus seemed a web feature that hasn't gone away over time with skip nav and one-page sites becoming more prevalent. Do you see them being phased out for simple, more accessible experiences?
Oh, that's actually So we definitely use SkipNav. I have no information about how many people actually use that. As far as single page sites go, I think there's a big difference between literally a single page, which is like a brochure, and a single page application site, which is a more larger scale or something like that. In the latter case, or in the former case rather, literally single page. Yeah, I'm not quite sure why you would necessarily need a navigation. You might just have like some links at the top that would jump you up and down. In the latter case, I'm not sure. I think that some applications and sites are so complex that you wouldn't necessarily need them. I think the only thing that I would say is lots of people now get to sites just by Googling the information they want. And then my intuition is that if for some reason the content doesn't make sense or is structured in a bizarre way, then they might need to use more navigational elements in order to find what they're looking for after the fact.
Sure. Okay. Again, I just want to thank you so much, Adam, for sharing your expertise. You listed your contact information on the slide, and if you want to get those slides, you can go to wpaccessibilityday.org to download all of the slides and find out information about all of our speakers and our wonderful sponsors. Please continue the conversation on Twitter. Our hashtag is WPAccessibilityDay and hashtag WPADA2020. And our Twitter account is WP Accessibility. Please, at the 2:00 UTC hour, please join me and Christina Workman, and she's going to talk about accessible websites benefit everyone. And again, just a big thank you to our chat moderator, Kayla. She is stepping away, and we get a new chat moderator at the next hour. But again, thanks, Adam, and thanks everyone for watching and being part of WP Accessibility Day 2020. Thanks.
Thanks, Mike. Thank you very much.
Hello and welcome to the 2 o'clock hour UTC of WP Accessibility Day 2020. I'm your host, Mike Demo, and I am so excited about the next presentation. But before we get to that, a little bit of housekeeping. First of all, remember that we're a welcoming community and the code of conduct is in force in all areas of the experience, including the chat. And that chat's important because that's where you put the questions and our wonderful moderators will collect them for me to ask after the presentation. Please make sure to follow us on Twitter at WP Accessibility, and our two hashtags are hashtag WP Accessibility Day and hashtag WPAD 2020. Up next, we have Christina Workman. Christina Workman is a support technician at Web Dev Studios and Maintain. As an advocate for contributing to WordPress, she recently launched the WP Contributor podcast and helps organize WordCamp US, WordCamp Calgary, and the Calgary WordPress Meetup. She has a passion for teaching kids STEM and improving her accessibility skills. Outside of WordPress, Christina is a Purple-ophile, tea fanatic, and lover of British detective shows. So with that, it is my pleasure to welcome my friend, Christina.
Hi, Mike. Thanks. All right, let me just get the slides. That's the wrong one. Sorry. Sorry about this. It's clicking. I'm clicking the right one and it is sharing the wrong screen. Okay, let me try this. Can you see that okay? Is that the right screen now that's sharing?
Yep, we see your slides.
Okay. Sorry about that. All right. Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining me for our accessible websites benefit everyone. First, a little bit about me. I know Mike already sort of touched on a lot of these points, but I do have a podcast called WP Contribute, where I interview people who contribute to the WordPress project. I've been a Meetup and WordCamp organizer for several years, and a good chunk of everything that I have learned about WordPress, I have learned at these kinds of events. I've been using WordPress for about 10 years now. First as a freelancer, and then, as Mike said, a support technician at the Maintain division for Web Dev Studios. I love tea and have at least 100 different kinds of tea in my kitchen. And as Mike said, I'm a purple-ophile. I am obsessed with all things purple, as you can probably tell from my slides and my shirt and I don't know if you see my headphones. So yeah, I'm still a little bit of an accessibility newbie. Maybe about 2 years ago, I started to learn about and consider accessibility for websites. But even in that short time, I've noticed that a lot of people still have a lot of apprehension about making sure their sites are accessible. My goal with this talk is to help you recognize that implementing best practices to make your website accessible will ensure a better user experience for all of your site visitors. I'll be discussing various examples. They are by no means exhaustive, and I hope that you will start thinking of your own examples as we go through these and once everything is done. So there are a lot of reasons that people give about why they won't make their sites accessible, and I'm sure lots of you have heard a lot of these already. So the first one, of course, it costs too much. And there are a ton of counter arguments to this, but essentially the sooner you start recognizing and considering accessibility, the less it's going to cost. Another one is, it will wreck my design. It might change your design, but of course you can still make beautiful, creative, and accessible websites. And the third one, my site visitors don't have disabilities. This is a giant fallacy, which often goes hand in hand with the misconception that accessibility is purely for the sake of people with disabilities, and for some, maybe to avoid lawsuits, which is not the right reason to be doing it. Not only do I guarantee, though, that your site has visitors who have disabilities, I also know that an accessible website can have a positive impact on anyone who visits that site. We need to start understanding that an accessible website is one that can easily be used by everyone. So you might be thinking, how can I be so sure that your site has visitors with disabilities? The answer is simple. We have all experienced disability, some form of disability in our lives, and we will again. Often the image of a person with a disability is somebody who is blind or deaf or has lost the use of a limb. These are considered permanent disabilities, but there are also temporary and situational disabilities. So to put these into context, if you have an amputated arm, that of course would be a permanent disability. But a broken arm, which would be a temporary disability, can have the same impact on how you function. And an armful of groceries also prevents you from using that arm for other purposes for a very short period of time. That's situational. And there are lots of accessibility considerations that make life easier for people who aren't experiencing any form of disability. So let's get to some examples. And as I said, these are by no means exhaustive. There are a million different examples, and we're not going to touch on every type of disability, but I hope these get you to start thinking. So first scenario, you get home from work and you have to feed your kids. You have a migraine. The kids are excited and loud, which adds to the brain fog from your migraine. You decide to order delivery from a website. So let's discuss some of the potential barriers that could make this a difficult experience for you in this scenario. Confusing navigation, hard to find buttons and links. These need to be clear where you're going to click in order to get to the ordering portal, to add items to your cart, to pay for your order, all of these kinds of things. Otherwise, you'll end up getting confused and frustrated. Too many calls to action fighting for your attention. When you can barely think because of the migraine and brain fog that you have going on, these are distractions that are too hard to cope with. So again, confusion can ensue. Fast-moving animations, similar to too many CTAs, but also these can make your headache worse and make it hard for you to even look at the screen. And finally, some checkout form issues. Input field labels used as placeholder text that disappear when you start typing in that field. I've been caught by these when I'm not giving my site my full attention, even without a headache. Imagine in our scenario, you click into a field, you hear a crash in the living room that distracts you, and when you return back to that form and return your attention there, you have no recollection of what that input field was for and what you were supposed to enter there. And something I see less often, but certainly has happened. The inability to click into a field can baffle and frustrate and make you think that it's impossible to complete this order. All of these factors could result in you giving up on placing an order on this site and taking your business elsewhere. Not to mention adding to just the general frustration and chaos that's happening around you. Migraines fall under the neurological category, which would include other things such as ADHD, autism, and epilepsy as permanent disabilities. So who else can benefit from neurological considerations? I'm sure you can all relate to at least one of these situations. Brain fog, which can happen on its own, or can be a result of a lack of sleep, or a flu, or a cold. Mental health concerns like anxiety, depression, even general stress can impact your ability to focus and process what you see on a site, as well as simply being in a distracting environment. Neurological accessibility benefits everyone. So our next scenario, you decide to remote work from a local coffee shop. I used to do this all the time. You get stuck on a problem and search for a tutorial. You find the perfect video embedded on its own web page, but darn it, you forgot your headphones at home. So what are some potential complications here? First, if there are no closed captions or subtitling available, you can't watch it on mute and know what's being said. If video is the only way the information is presented, there's no transcript or blog post that sums up that information. Both of these result in you being unable to get the information that you need when you need it. The last item isn't necessarily a barrier, but definitely has the potential to cause issues and embarrassment. The video is set to autoplay. And as soon as the page loads, the audio is streaming out of your laptop for all to hear. Personally, I've actually been startled by autoplaying videos before, even on sites I repeatedly visit. These issues are all audio related and certainly affect people who have some form of permanent hearing loss, but there are a variety of other people who can benefit from text alternatives to audio. People with temporary hearing loss due to tinnitus or a plugged ear that could be caused from an ear infection or allergies, or even if you've been traveling and just got off a plane. I often prefer to skim through text to find a quick answer rather than watching a video. And some people simply process information better by reading it rather than listening to it. People learning a new language may use subtitles to follow along and help them learn and understand the language better. And of course, in this age, we have digital assistants like Siri, Google Assistant, Alexa, and they can all read text from websites if it's there. And of course, loud environments in general can make it very hard to understand what is being said in audio. Audio accessibility benefits everyone. So our third scenario, you're a WordPress developer who never takes their hands off the keyboard. You know all the keyboard shortcuts, and there is not a mouse to be found anywhere in your office. You decide to register in an online course for the latest and greatest headless platform. So let's look at some of the barriers you might experience with this scenario. No skip to content option, which means you have to tab through every single item in the header before getting to the main part of the page. Add to that a main navigation that forces you to tab through every sub-item, and you may feel like it's never going to get off of the header. No focus indication means you can't see where you are on that page, what link or button you might click if you hit enter. And we've got unexpected tab behavior, which can take you all over the page in some random experiences. And I've seen where it goes straight from the skip to content right down to the bottom to the chat box that they have, then back up to the top and then into the middle. And that's just so confusing when you're trying to follow the flow of the page. And then by the time you finally read the information about the course and decide to register, you may encounter keyboard traps, like not being able to return to a field once it's filled out, or not being able to leave the registration form unless you hit submit. These are frustrations that people with physical disabilities who need to use keyboards or other special devices to navigate websites face all the time. So here's some other examples of when you might need or want to rely solely on your keyboard. You may have a broken arm, a broken wrist, a broken finger, anything on that limb that is just not functioning, or even if it does function. I've had my finger broken before, and you get that splint on it, and try using a mouse with a splint on your finger. It just doesn't work. Maybe you have carpal tunnel syndrome or something else that flares up every now and then, but not all the time. Maybe you have a wireless mouse and the battery died and you don't have any extra batteries in the house. Or my personal favorite, you have a sleeping baby or pet on your lap. My dog loves to sit on my lap and rest his head on my dominant arm, and I hate to disturb him. So I don't move my arm. I just put it in position on the keyboard and try to type as best I can and use my other hand as well. So keyboard accessibility benefits everyone. Our last scenario, you live in Oregon on the West Coast in the United States, and it's 3 weeks ago. Temperatures are high and you don't have an air conditioner, so windows need to be open. Wildfires break out all around you, causing poor air quality that irritates your eyes and blurs your vision. You have to evacuate to a more rural area that has poor Wi-Fi, and you're going to work remotely while you're there, and you need to visit a variety of websites throughout the day. So let's look at our barriers here. When you have blurry eyes, trying to read small or skinny font text is really difficult. Low contrast between the foreground and the background can make it hard to see information when you're trying to get your eyes to focus and they won't. Linked text can be hard to notice if it's only using color to differentiate from regular text and if the colors are too similar. Maybe you want to zoom in to make it easier to read the content, but the layout isn't suited to resizing. So images and maybe even text go off the side of the screen and you can't access it. And if images don't load because of the weak Wi-Fi and there's no alternative text, you could be missing out on important information. These all fall into the visual category, affecting people who have color blindness or reduced vision. And again, we have lots of scenarios that can affect your ability to see a website. You may have an eye injury. Maybe you had eye surgery or an eye infection. I heard this mentioned in another talk earlier, there's a typo on this slide, but the dilated eyes from having an eye exam when you get those drops in your eyes. Another form of migraine is an oral migraine, which can cause part or all of your vision to be obscured. Bright sun, either shining directly on your eyes or on your screen, can make it hard to see when the contrast isn't very different. Allergies, similar to the smoke irritant in our scenario, can cause your eyes to blur. Or maybe something as simple as you forgot your reading glasses. Visual accessibility benefits everyone. All of these scenarios are real-life examples, many that I have personally experienced or know somebody who has. Maybe you can relate to one or two of them. Maybe you can relate to a lot of them. Either way, I challenge you to come up with your own examples that you can share with others that will help accessibility considerations become more commonplace. And at the very least, I hope I have convinced you that making your website accessible makes it better for everyone. Thank you for listening. You can find me on Twitter, send me an email, and of course, gratuitous plug for my podcast, WP Contribute, on all of the podcast players.
Well, that was a great talk. Thank you so much for taking the time to share that. we are waiting for some questions to come in. So if you have any questions, please put them into the YouTube channel, and then they'll be brought over to the webpage at wpaccessibilityday.org. And you can actually find Christina's slides at our website as well. But as we're waiting for those questions to come in, and we do have one. I had something that reminded me from your talk is I was listening to somebody from Interactive Accessibility, and they said something that when designers are put in a box, they become more creative. Mm-hmm. And I think that's very true. And granted, this was a while ago before accessibility was common, but your point of, yes, you can still design pretty things, you can still make interactive applications, but it doesn't mean that you're being restricted because of accessibility.
Exactly. And that, I mean, I've learned something like that too, that sometimes we need the box to be more creative, right? The more you know about the box that you're in, the more creative you can get. So yep. Absolutely, it helps.
Cool. Well, going to some questions. Our first question is, for businesses, what is the easiest fix or win for making an e-commerce site more accessible?
That's a good question. I mean, ultimately, it depends on how accessible your site already is. But one of the biggest things that I think a lot of people miss out on when considering accessibility, sort of just trying to do these quick and easy fixes, is focusing on those contact forms, making sure that you can back tab in them, that you can get into them with the mouse or with the keyboard or with a screen reader, or however somebody might need to access your form, making sure that they can get into it, they can move around in it. They know always what the fields are that they're typing into, and that it's easy for them to submit.
Okay, our next question is, do you have suggestions for tools people can use to stop or block annoying autoplaying sound and video?
Oh, that's an awesome question. I do not, but now I didn't even think to look for something like that, because literally I wasn't joking. I update sites every week as part of my job, and there is one site that has a video that autoplays, and it's really far down on the screen too. And every single week, it scares me every single week. So I am going to look into that and see if I can find something that I'm going to use, and then I'll update the answer on the website when I do.
Excellent. So on a similar vein, because some people are, we're on a WordPress accessibility day, so obviously we're making our WordPress sites accessible, but not everybody uses the WordPress CMS. Do you think any of the out-of-the-box like turnkey solutions that do work with WordPress, but also things like Shopify or Wix or Weebly, like AudioEye or any of those application SaaS accessibility services have any value, or do you think the sites should just be not natively accessible from the beginning of the design process?
I mean, ideally, the more natively accessible it is, the better. Starting with that foundation, when people talk about how much it costs to make a site accessible, it's actually one of those retrofitting issues, right? It's more costly to retrofit accessibility into your existing site than to build it from the beginning with accessibility. And when you lots of those things regarding accessibility don't even have anything to do with the platform you're on. Things like the contrasts of the colors that you use. Those are design choices that need to be made from the beginning. So anything and everything you can do to start from a good place of accessibility from the very beginning is the best way to go.
Okay, excellent. So I'm not seeing any other questions, so I think we are going to wrap it up. Again, thank you so much, Christina, for taking the time and sharing your expertise with us. And your slides can be found at wpaccessibilityday.org. And you're also on Twitter, right?
I am on Twitter, yes.
Okay, and what's your username?
Twitter username is Amethyst Answers. I will spell that because very few people know how to spell amethyst. So that is AMETHYSTANSWERS.
Excellent. And while you're on Twitter, please follow us at WP Accessibility. And our two hashtags are hashtag WP Accessibility Day and hashtag WPAD 2020. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you to all of our wonderful sponsors. And please stay tuned because even though I'm out of here as your host, at the top of the hour at 3 a.m. UTC, we have Alicia, whose topic is Adventures in Accessibility, How Embracing Accessibility Made Me a Better Storyteller. I know I'm excited for that. I just attended the Story Gatherings conference 2 weeks ago. So everyone, go get a light meal or a snack, and we'll see you in a half hour.
Greetings and a warm good evening from Southern California. My name is Joe Simpson Jr. I'm the volunteer wrangler for WordPress Accessibility Day. I'm also a WordCamp, WordPress Meetup, WordCamp organizer, community, and accessibility advocate. At my second WordCamp Los Angeles, I saw this fiery ball of energy and artisticness up on stage, presenting and commanding the stage. And I thought, I think I want to do that. I want to get up on stage and speak. All these years later, it is my sincere pleasure to introduce her to you. Okay. Alicia St Rose began her adventure with WordPress when a UX friend offhandedly suggested using the CMS for a mutual friend's website. That was over 10 years ago, and the adventure has turned into a torrid love affair. Now she's a freelance developer exclusively powered by WordPress and has yet to find a limitation in this magical piece of software. She is the owner, principal designer, and developer at WP with Heart, a small agency that employs one so far. In addition to creating for WordPress, she provides an online one-on-one coaching for DIY website creators. She is also a creativity and mind shift mentor, empowering people to bust through their own limitations in order to radically express their authentic and creative ideas themselves. I'd love to introduce you to you, presenting Adventures in Accessibility, How Embracing Accessibility Made Me a Better Storyteller, Alicia St Rose. Take it away.
Hello everyone. Thank you so much for that introduction. I'm just really touched. Wow, so I want to make sure that all the technical aspects are set up here. I'm getting ready to share my screen and I want the thumbs up that you can actually see it, okay? So I don't want any anything to thwart our experience. So let me. Can everyone see the slide for the slideshow? I can't actually see any thumbs up, unfortunately, because now I just see my slideshow. So I'm going to assume no one's told me that's not up. So here we go. So Adventures in Accessibility, How Embracing Accessibility Made Me a Better Storyteller. So every story starts with once upon a time. And so the story has to start with that as well. And I'm going to go back to the not so distant past with my story. I'm going to go back to January 1st, 2020, when I woke up on that day, excited about what this year was going to bring. It was going to be different. I could feel it. But I had no idea how different it was going to be. And so in March, things drastically changed around the world. I mean, they were subtly changing unbeknownst to a lot of us on this Western hemisphere. And then they changed drastically for the entire world. And within that time, technology seems to have had a renaissance and a bursting forth into some expansiveness that I've not seen in my lifetime. And with that, it brought some limitations that were always there on the web and in technological areas, but they became increasingly obvious. So I will tell you a little bit about me before we get into the accessibility adventure. So I started my web development career by wanting to make my Blogger website look better when I moved over to WordPress. And so I spent an entire night trying to find out what a hashtag and 3 C's meant when there was a hashtag in 6 C's, and I couldn't make it work and I didn't understand it. And so I ended up going to a bookstore at 6, I stayed up till 6 a.m. and I rushed off to a bookstore as soon as it opened in the morning, and I came out with a book called The Head First Guide to HTML and CSS. it jump-started my career as a web developer. I had no idea that I would be into that I would turn into a geek. I actually was a fine artist up until that moment. And my drawing table got dusty as I realized that the other part of my mind really wanted to learn something every single day. And every single day I did when I was doing web development, especially as I was learning, because I was a self-taught, I learned from books, and I'm very detail oriented. So every time something came up, I would do a little Google search. We all went to Google U to do this. That's what we do now. And there's no shame in that, by the way. So over the years, I became better and better at the web development thing. And then I found out about WordCamps and had no idea these existed, and went to my first one in Orange County, 2014, and I found my people. And it was an amazing experience. And I'm the type of person that wants to inspire and to empower and teach. And when I realized there was 2 days of that people could show up and just talk about WordPress and how it inspired them and how they could impart that information to others and kind of grow the community, and I was hooked. And so then I went from the word camps to meetups. So I had my own meetup here in Santa Barbara. I have it currently, and it's the South Central Coast WordPress Adventure Group. Found out that the Central Coast goes all the way to Santa Cruz, and I was not willing to drive that far. So it's South Central. So now you see I am detail oriented to that point that I can't even geographically mince. So in one of my meetups, very recently, within this year of 2020, a woman showed up, and her name was Sumner Davenport, and you will meet her later, very shortly, if you haven't met her already. And she showed up at one of my meetups, and she discussed something about accessibility. And I had heard about it. I thought, yeah, I know what that is. It means that, people should be able to, read whatever's on the web and not have it hidden from them. And in my vague idea of it is that they just need to get the information. And that's vitally important. I didn't think that their experience had to be the same. That night, when she showed up to my WordPress meetup, she informed me that the experience being the same is actually essential, because it really isn't fair that someone can't enjoy the same experience. Not only that, it was violating of civil rights. And I was like, whoa. I was totally like, whoa. And as she was talking, I literally went to a client's website and took off what is called an overlay that I had thought I was so crafty at putting on his site to protect him, but I had actually done the opposite. And in that moment, I realized, I had a gold mine at my WordPress meetup. I was just like, oh, wow, I just totally fell into the right company with this one. And from that moment on, I realized that there was a lot more to this web thing that I didn't know. And then I started to feel really, really kind of heavy about it. And I thought, shoot, this is more work than I thought. And I'm like feeling a little bit overwhelmed about this. I don't know if I'm going to be able to pull this off. And it just became this, now it seemed where I was very, very detail oriented and very careful about what I did with web, that now I had gone back several meters to the starting line of, oh my gosh, there's all this accessibility stuff that I don't know. And I'm gonna have to catch up with that. And I'm in the midst of a project right now. And I know right now that some of the stuff that I'm doing, even on that site, is not accessible. And I haven't even launched that yet. And I'm just about ready to do it. So I had to actually let that soak in. I had to realize that at some point, you just got to put the big girl panties on. I had to realize that this is a part of what a website entails. It can't actually be an afterthought. It can't actually be something that you can put in later or maybe someone won't notice. And so I decided I'm just going to have to embrace it. I take a deep breath and just learn what you can, and the people will fall in line. They will show up to help. And Sumner kept coming to my meetup, which was awesome. I started going to her meetup. Then wonderful, wonderful presentations by people. Some of them you've seen already today. Meryl and several other like amazing presentations put on by the San Fernando Valley meetup, which is accessibility based. And I realized this was actually going to be fun, and that there were so many people on board and so passionate about helping other people get access to the internet, especially in a time right now where they're inside, quarantined in some cases, and in a lot of cases because some people who are disabled, or disabled, if they would want to be called that, have health issues that they don't actually want to be exposed to other viruses. So there's a lot of people who are really depending on the internet to be their window to the world. And when I found out that only 2% of that could actually facilitate that experience for them, I was even more disappointed, and even deeply disappointed, because I realized that if it was 2%, they were probably only the government websites. And that's not going to be, I know you want to get information for, during a pandemic, but sometimes you want to be entertained, and you want to go shopping, and you want to buy food, and you want to do all these things. And so I realized, wow, I don't want to be a part of that. I want to be a part of bringing joy to someone who is surfing the web, and they've gone through site after site, and then they land on the one that I've made for somebody, and my clients are benefiting too, because now everyone can have access. And so I decided, after I decided that I'm just going to embrace this, I realized that there were some gifts in this, and that they improved my actual, my value, and the way that I tell stories for my clients, because building a website is not, it's not some, what's the word? It's not a basic or vanilla task, okay? You are telling someone's story when you put a website up for them. It's not, I'm gonna go drag something around and make it look pretty for you. It is, how are you expressing their inner motivations and passion to the audience that they want to receive that. And so it is like a storytelling for them, or even movie scripting, or whatever it is. It's not a basic tech task. There's a lot of humanity in making a website. And so this aspect of adding accessibility even brings more humanity to it, because it's actually a, I don't know the word I'm looking for. It's an honorable thing to do, to bring access to those who do not have it at the moment. So one of the things that I did learn on my adventure to this storytelling is that the sensitivity to others' needs is actually in the forefront of every decision that I make when I'm building the website. Oh my goodness, let me cancel that. Now I can see myself. Okay, so I'm sorry, some wild thing just happened on my screen, and it took me aback. A bunch of things just opened up, and I'm gonna close this. Okay, so I'm back. So the sensitivity to others' needs became the permeating intention to everything that I did on the site. And it wasn't just the sensitivity to the visitors' needs, which has always been the thing that was more important to me. I did not ignore the client's needs. They always had the specific things that they wanted. They always had these design or aesthetic ideas that they needed to have on the website. It was kind of like one of those cooking shows where they give you some chiclets, a bagel, and a Pop-Tart, and you got to make a five-course meal out of that. You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes that happens, and you got to get Comic Sans, and you get fuchsia, and you're like, I got to work this out somehow. And so that's where the creativity comes from. You your creativity comes from those, like what you would sometimes call a limitation, but it's not. It's a parameter in which you work in, and it actually creates, it makes you more creative. So my sensitivity to others' needs was something I learned, and it became actually this fun way of dealing with content and layout. It's like, so if someone needed to tab through this, what do we have to do? And then to make sure that you're happy with having this kind of cool hero image, we can do this. We can merge the two. We can make it work. So the sensitivity to others' needs was really, really important. Also, as I got deeper and deeper into the accessibility, oops, skip the slide. There it is. Okay. I have a delay. Okay, as I got better, as I got more and more into the accessibility and getting more information, my education of even web development got better, and the improving skills. And every time I learned something and I imparted it to my clients, it was the fun part was actually explaining the stuff to my clients and explaining how important it was. And then in my experience, the people I've told have felt the levity and the importance of this. They realize that it's to be taken seriously, and they actually feel honored that they could be a part of making the web better. So, and actually relieved that I care about it too. So there are clients out there who really want people to help them with this kind of stuff. And if they do run into developers or people who think it's not important, part of the client's kind of like feeling a little uneasy about that, because it's their job and their business that's on the line. So you won't get, I don't really get a negative response when I bring up the accessibility stuff. I get surprised because I didn't realize how important it has gotten, but I do not get any kind of negatives. So there was the education and skills, of course, is something that makes you more valuable as a web developer. Also, I became a better observer of my world, because now it was a user experience, not in the tech sense, but just in a sense that was more global or universal. You talk about the journey of the client through your website. Now we have to think about the journey of someone who, let's just put it this way, broke both their wrists and can't use the keyboard. It's not necessarily someone who is paralyzed and can never walk again or use their arms. Some of these things are temporary, and it might be a very serious or important need to get to a website in those 6 months or 4 months that you have 2 casts on your arms. So when they say a percentage of people using the web who have accessibility issues, I'm not sure they even count the temporary people that are flowing in and out of that at any given time. So you have to, so you became, not only did I become a better observer of the world in that way, but also the information and content that my client was putting on the website. I had one client who, he's an artist, he's a veneer artist, and he had a lot of art pieces, and he was using these prime symbols for inches and feet. And I had to go investigate whether the screen reader, all of them, would pick that up. And it didn't seem likely the way we were designing everything. So I actually revamped that whole thing to say inches and feet, the actual spelled out, and centimeters. And in the course of that, I also discovered a lot about his veneer work and what he was doing. And also in the content, there were things that were alphabetized, like common names of wood, that are never to be alphabetized. And a screen reader would have taken that as, oh, we're talking about a proper noun called pine. Maybe it's a city or something, but you can't do that. So I learned things like that. I was able to explain it to the client. I was able to explain to him that a genus and a species, you only alphabetize the genus. So I learned all these things by being attentive to accessibility. And so it's not really dry. It's almost kind of fun. It's like having a lesson in life or what your client does at all times. And when your client feels like you're that invested or you're that knowledgeable about what they do, they actually value you more too, and they feel very safe with you working with them because they know that you care about their business, sometimes almost as much as they care about it themselves, or sometimes more. So that was one of the things. I became a better observer of the world. And finally, of course, this is what this is called. I became a better storyteller. Like I could tell their story better, and I could. Accessibility helped me carved a way for it carved a path for me to follow. It almost kind of reined everything in. So sometimes when there's content, it's like, what do I say? How do I say it? But when you're thinking, well, how do I say it so everyone will get access? It almost makes it easier to create the content. So I became a better storyteller for what my client was trying to do. And that's what everyone is trying to do on the internet. They're trying to tell their own story. And so you want to be that person to facilitate that for them, not necessarily just give them a website. That's not what we do. If you developers out there, we just don't give people websites. It's an experience. It really is. And so, and it's their story. And it's every story has, there's an end. There is an end to a story. But the end is just the beginning on this one, because you are never going to stop learning this stuff. There's always going to be something new, some new technology coming along. It was like that before even accessibility became a big thing. If you thought you were going to stop learning because you were doing, web stuff, that there was one point where you were going to Google your last code snippet, that time was never coming. It was always an opportunity to learn. And right now, anyone who's been watching any of these sessions and getting any of this information that's been dispensed throughout the day, valuable information, you're learning some really amazing tools that you are ready to go out to the world and make it a better place for other people to get to the web, and also to bring more value to clients. So this is just the beginning of everything, and it's just the beginning for me, because to be honest, I have not taken any certification courses. All of this is from meetups and working on websites, and every step that I take, I do a little bit of a search and go, is that appropriate? And then I learn that way. So what I wanted to instill in people who felt overwhelmed, because even during some of the sessions, I saw some chat information. I saw some very informative chat about people, you know who you are too. We joked about it. Wanted to give up their career because this looked too overwhelming. And I know exactly how the person felt, because that's how I felt in the beginning too. But it's not really like that. It's like, it's more like, oh my God, look at this horizon that just opened up for you to help people. And all of these people, talented people who are jumping on board and sharing their knowledge and really taking it seriously. And right now is just the beginning of that. And if 2% of the web is accessible, that means 98% of it is just flapping out there in the wind, low-hanging fruit, ready for you to just go and grab it. There was enough in Jerry Jones' talk to get you started, okay? I'm serious. You can tell your clients how to put their content in correctly, and that'll save almost 2/3 of their issues of any kind of accessibility, red flags. So it's just the beginning. It's awesome. And so what I wanted to do now, first of all, there's my last slide. That is my name. That Saint is not a middle name. My last name is St. Rose. So it causes a lot of problems with computers and fields and stuff. I'm often called Strohs, but that's not it. You can find me on Twitter with Intrepid Realist. And my website is wpwithheart.com. And what I do there is I coach people one-on-one how to put their websites up, but we don't even start building a website for a while. because no one should until they know what they're doing and why they're doing it. So you can find me there. But what I wanted to do was I wanted to demonstrate a few things that I've done since that fateful meeting in that meetup. And one of them is actually quite recent. So let's see, I'm gonna escape here and we're gonna move this over. I don't know what's on the screen. Okay, so I don't think you guys need to see the Slack here. I'll close that and close that. One of the things that happened, and this is fairly recent, so there was a discussion, I can't remember, sorry, I should look this up. There was a wonderful presentation by a woman from Florida. She was a UX designer, and she talked about designing the UX with accessibility in mind. Like before even a designer comes in, she's laying out, you know, the content, those whole things. Oh my God, I can't remember what they were called. Anyway, like the main content, the sidebar, the footer, and all that stuff, all that's planned ahead of time. So going in and trying to drag something around without having that planning is really not the best way to go about it. So one of the things that just popped out for me from that talk, and what I'm trying to instill here is that if you're a developer and you think this is a whole bunch of stuff you have to learn, just take one piece at a time and implement it. So what she told me is during a shopping site that it's better to have the product image on the right, because as someone comes through the page, they're going to hit the content, the text first as a screen reader. It's more important to hit that first than the picture, which is just an illustration of what's going to probably be described over here. And so I managed to do that with WooCommerce. And not only does this picture show up on the side, but it's actually the third thing that shows up on the page. And I was able to use what's called Flexbox and Flex Order to actually swap the order of the picture. So I moved it to the third position where it would have been at the bottom of the page here by just changing the order in CSS to make it show up second. But when a screen reader goes through, a screen reader will come through the title, all this information, and hit even this before the picture is something that they hit with the screen reader. So that was really, really, really awesome to be able to do that. And it's that one piece of information. And so it wasn't like I was overwhelmed about, oh my God, I have this whole WooCommerce thing and accessibility. I'm like, I'm just gonna take that piece. Today I learned something. This is a white background and that's black. So I'm gonna gray that up. So I'm just gonna go to the top side with the CSS and I'm going to make the font a little grayer instead of black on white, because I just learned that in one of the sessions today that people with certain disabilities, the font will start moving around. So I'm like, got it. It's not like I have to like learn everything at once and then go off and build. And another one that this one happened actually quite a while ago at the beginning with when I first found out about accessibility. This is the one I was talking about with the veneer artist. And here's what I've ended up doing with height and diameter. Before it was just this string of numbers with primes and double prime or whatever. And you really didn't even know which one was height or length. And whoever did the content in, the three people I think over the years who put the content in, mixed those two up anyway. And so what I ended up doing for him is this is another thing too. You can actually corral the client into being accessible by providing information on the back end. I'm using something called advanced custom fields, and it may sound like some kind of geeky thing if you've never heard of it, but once you get it under your belt, there's plenty of documentation on it. You just create fields in the post that they're custom for you, that you want for your client, and they're custom to whatever they're doing. And so what I ended up was making these different he can just add the information here. And I explained to him how to do it, how to write. And all he has to do is come in, and anyone who's working, there's no mistaking this unless they just don't read directions. Okay. So that's like, you can do these things to help keep the content accessible, because that's what's going to happen. You're going to let the site go, and then you'll come back maybe a few weeks later and it's not really working out because the client wasn't educated on headings and things like that. And this is not what's going on here too, is clearly does not look like the Gutenberg editor. It is not. It is actually, this is a custom post type that I created for his projects. And that's another geek level thing. And it's not even difficult to learn either. There's been some wonderful presentations on that in meetups and other WordCamps. And so a lot of times the custom post type still does classic editor. So those people who are still on the wire, you can still have some familiarity with that. So it's all these fields that he needed specifically for what he does. And then the page looks like this. So that is the end of my talk. And I guess we can go for questions now. And I got to figure out what to do here. Stop the share. Is that what I'm doing? I think so. I just stopped the share. Okay. So I can take questions now.
All right, Alicia, great job. The funny thing is, like, I was, I didn't know, I saw your finishing slide, and then you said, but it's not the end. And I was like, oh. And you started to come on it, and then so you caught me
like
off
that.
guard.
You know when people clap when there's that last bit, and they're like, oh, there's more. Oops.
Yeah, I apologize. One of the great things for the audience to know about Alicia is part of the inspiration and rebirth that she described. I went through the same thing with our next speaker, but the three of us, we got together a few weeks ago to promote this event because we were so into accessibility, and all three of our meetups did a joint meetup on, it was called WordPress Meetup Accessibility Day. So it's kind of cool to see everyone doing it. So let's jump to the questions here. Let me refresh the page. And again, thanks everyone for chiming in and being part of the conversation here. All right. The first question is, how does art shape how you develop?
Oh, how does art shape how I develop? That's why I do it. Okay, honestly, I was a fine artist for 15 years, and there is a website up, and please, that person doesn't exist who put that up. It was an ex-boyfriend, and it's literally the worst site you will ever see on the website, on the web. And it's like technical aspects.
Is it a typical?
AliciaStRose.com. It's an old HTML site that's literally like, the ones that kind of like suck themselves into the corner.
Okay.
Just like it's bad. But my pictures are on there. So I was a fine artist, and then I would go on the internet, and I'm like, I don't see a reason why the internet has to look like this. And so then I just said, I'm gonna be a web designer. I'm gonna make things beautiful. That's what I really want to do. And so I was really I was really concerned about the craft and textures and things like that. So art is a huge part of what I do. And I think coding is an art form too.
Oh, that leads into our next question. Perfectly. We've got that synergy going. What caused a shift towards accessibility, and where do you see this shaping your development work?
Oh God, the shift was definitely that meeting, the meetup when Sumner showed up. I mean, I was already kind of into the headings thing and all that stuff, and like, don't use all caps, it's screaming, and things like that. But it was more leaning toward SEO. But then when I found out that it violated civil rights and was separate but not equal to put an overlay, and I had one on something and it took me 5 minutes. I took it off. I came back. I was like, I was like, excuse me, I got to go do something. I came back and I told her, and I was like, thank God I got that off. He's well known in the community too. And so I see right now, there's no way it's going to go back. It's just going to keep expanding because at this point, the internet's become quite it's a resource and it's a lifeline. So it's for everyone. And not only that, like on a side is that I was also on a team called BRCVR, and we were one of the highly successful bringing Burning Man to virtual reality. And they're even bringing captions into virtual reality. And I had this fun. See, what is happening too is because of the exposure to people, like the people who are doing the sessions here, like Meryl and then Sumner, I was in a beta testing in this on one of these platforms, virtual reality, and I asked, is there anyone in here who's deaf? And there wasn't. So I had to tell them this test probably isn't going to be effective. It's just, you know, you have to have someone who's actually deaf to do these things. So
awesome. All right, our next question. Having had an active design business before learning accessibility, how do you deal with communicating with clients when telling them that something you did for them doesn't meet accessibility standards?
Oh, that's easy, you guys. Don't worry about that one. The technology marches on. I'm sorry. It's like we got to get with the program. I mean, even a website. Okay, have you ever Googled lifespan of a website? I Googled it last year, and it said 5 to 7 years. I Googled it yesterday. It said 3 to 5 or 3 to 2. The lifespan of the current design of a website is like 3 years. They should be thinking about getting a new website, even if it's accessible or not. So this is a website's not something like you purchase, like it's like a cheap thing you get at Kmart and you think it's going to work for you to make you a whole bunch of money. It is a serious thing, and people have to understand it's an investment involved. And so I really want that to get imparted too. And it's an evolving thing. It's not something that just you make it and it sits there and works. It's a website's never finished. It's never finished. It's like an evolving thing, and the content's always changing. You always have to be kind of like it's like gardening. Do you ever finish your garden? Do you know one day your garden's done? Or do you every season you kind of like I'm gonna grow these bulbs bigger, or I'm gonna plant something else over there? That's exactly what a website's like. And your garden shouldn't be more important than the website that's supposed to be your livelihood.
All right, so we got time for one more quick question. And it's sort of tied into one of the earlier questions. How has your thinking changed in terms of your development process or your mentoring business since you've been impacted by accessibility?
Oh man, so accessibility is always at the forefront of my mind. It's whenever I'm doing anything, almost every day I have a conversation or a little bit of an exchange with somebody about something. Just recently there was a theme that, you know, they weren't underlining the links in the admin because they wanted the experience to be the same as the front of the site, and my links were underlined, but they were the same color as the content. So the response was, well, most people have different colors. So I was like, no, you got to keep the line. The underline has got to stay in the admin. I mean, and then I got a piece of code and it took away all of the styling of the front end stuff. And so I explained that experience is not the same experience that everyone's getting. Because I want it to be accessible. So you have to have the experiences to be the same for everybody. So the underline should just show up. And so like there's just things like that. And I'm always like explaining to people a little bit at a time, especially clients. You don't want to overwhelm them because then it looks like it's too much work.
Okay.
And it's really not.
Awesome. Well, thanks again, Alicia. How can people find you on Twitter?
Oh, okay. I put it at the end of this on the slides, but it's Intrepid Realist on Twitter.
Awesome. Well, thanks again. And thanks everyone for attending this session with Alicia and myself. You can continue the conversation on Twitter at WordPress Accessibility Day, hashtag WP Accessibility Day, hashtag WPAD 2020, or at WP Accessibility. Don't forget to attend our next talk, The Profitability of Accessibility with Sumner Davenport at 4 o'clock UTC here on the same channel. See you right after a brief break. Greetings again from Southern California. My name is Joe Simpson Jr. I'm a volunteer wrangler for WordPress Accessibility Day. I'm also a WordCamp, WordPress Meetup, and WordCamp community organizer, as well as an accessibility advocate. Similar to Alicia's story that we just heard in the last hour, Sumner Davenport shaped my re-entry into accessibility as well. Now, I know two people in my entire life that are me. I have a workout friend who is always ready to go, no matter rain or shine, just like me. No excuses. Sumner is that other person. She matches my desire to learn with inspiration, knowledge, and nurturing leadership here in the North Valleys of Los Angeles. Now, I met Sumner. I went to a meetup in West Hills to see her speak because I was hosting our first WordCamp in Santa Clarita, and I had heard about her, and the topic was very interesting. What happened at that meetup is why I'm here before you today. She's that type of magnetic personality. She killed her presentation and she said yes and presented at our meetup. And we've been close ever since. Sumner will present the profitability of accessibility. But first, let me tell you more about this amazing woman. Sumner Davenport specializes in web accessibility on WordPress. Her passion is to educate business owners and web designers using WordPress on the increased value and ease of an accessible site. Through her longstanding organization, she and her team have built, maintained, evaluated, and remediated dozens of WordPress websites to WCAG 2.1 success criterion. Her clients are referred by other clients and from attorneys. She's active in accessibility and legal conferences and educational venues. At WordCamps and local WordPress groups, she regularly speaks on topics related to compliance issues for WordPress. After presenting at WordCamp Santa Clarita in 2019, she volunteered to be a speaker wrangler at WordCamp Santa Clarita and is on the speaker wrangler team for WordCamp Los Angeles 2020. She and two colleagues founded a local meetup to discuss WordPress and accessibility and invited renowned speakers on accessibility topics to be guest presenters. Partnering with two other local meetup organizers, they organized the first annual mega meetup, WordPress Accessibility Day 2020. She is a member of the International Association of Accessibility Professionals, the IAAP, and is an active supporter of various disability organizations. Please welcome Sumner Davenport presenting the profitability of accessibility. Sumner, take it away.
I don't know if I can talk after that introduction, Joe. Goodness, I'm glad I have my Kleenex handy. You really touched me with the beginning of that introduction. Thank you so very, very much. I am very honored to be here tonight. I am so glad that I was selected to speak. Thank you so much to Joel Dolson for putting this together and for saying yes to me. And of course, for Joe Simpson, he is an inspiration to me a lot. So I'm going to jump into my topic. Let's see if I can get my screen share to work here today. If there's any problem hearing me, if you have any problem with my screen, make sure that you make a comment so that one of the Joes here can let me know. If you have any questions as I go along, please put them in the chat on the stream on YouTube so that Joe can let me know what those are, because I want to be as helpful as I possibly can during the time that we have tonight. So let's see if we can find my PowerPoint. One second here. Okay, so the topic that I was going to talk about tonight is called the profitability of accessibility. And I feel very honored that last night Joe Simpson took a few minutes to let me do a kind of a test run on this topic. And I made a little bit of an edit. And then today, another associate said, hey, let me hear what you're going to do because I can't be there tonight. So I did. And after hearing what I had to say, she kind of hemmed and hawed and said, I'm not thrilled with the title. And I thought, well, but the title is profitability. The profitability is the degree to which a business or activity yields a profit or a financial gain. Although accessibility, bringing accessibility to all persons is really the right thing to do, it's important, if this is what you're doing professionally, that you can make some money, you can have an income, you can thrive so you can enjoy it. So yeah, profitability. So I know, I thought about it for a minute, and then she said, I think it's all in the title. I just don't like the title. So based on her input, I changed the title. So tonight, I did not warn Joe Dolson. I already sent in my slides, so I apologize if you are following me on the slides online. This next slide is not part of it, just one. It's now called Show Me the Money, because isn't that what people want to learn? If you, as a web designer, as a business owner, as an agency owner, if you start to put your efforts into including accessibility into all the projects you do for your client, don't you want to know that there's a way that you can get a return on investment on your time and your efforts? Well, I kind of figured that was a better title. And for anybody that knows me, it kind of sounds more like me as well. So tonight, we're going to talk about how you can get a return on investment on your time and your efforts with accessibility, and how you can then also have a good way to explain accessibility to your clients so that they also can see the return on investment for bringing accessibility into all of their digital products and their company. So first off, just of course, we all know this, but we're just going to touch on it. But what is accessibility? Accessibility is removing the barriers that prevent people from having access, equal access, whether it's a building, an area, a service that's being provided, a website, an app, any digital product. And accessibility is taking that initiative to create products that are usable by people, with the widest possible range of abilities. What some people may not know is when you think accessibility first and think about making things accessible to all people, you open so many avenues, so many possibilities, so much creativity and innovation, that accessibility creates good growth in a lot of ways. And I'll touch on some of those tonight. What is web accessibility specifically? We have seen the WA11Y. Sometimes the W is not there, it's just the A11Y. And what that means is that between the A and the Y, there is actually 11 letters that should be in there because it spells out the entire word accessibility. We put the W in there for web. So when you see Wally or Ally, whichever way you want to pronounce this, it's accessibility. It's about people. It's about making a difference. So web accessibility refers to the website that is designed for everyone. We want everyone, regardless of their ability or disability, to have the same ease of access. That's the most important part. It's the user experience that everybody gets to have. So we also have to keep in mind that web accessibility, it actually involves a wide range of disabilities. So many times we hear people talk about only screen readers or blind individuals or somebody needing captions without taking into an understanding that there are far more areas and ranges of disabilities that we need to consider. So then I get people that say this to me all the time, rather sarcastically, they unfortunately do. Is there really a need for web accessibility? I mean, after all, how many people really are disabled? I'm in the United States. So some of the figures and facts that I will present this evening are based on my area. But since this is global, I also am going to show some figures, and I'll make comments on some other countries as well, because accessibility is international. In the United States, 25.6% of adults in the United States have some type of disability. And that number fluctuates because there are disabilities that individuals are born with. There are disabilities that people suddenly get because of an accident or an illness or surgery. There's disabilities that come with age. So that number is not just 25.6%. It's really a fluctuating number that could affect every single one of us. Around the world, there are more than 1 billion people living with some form of disability. So when someone says, is there really a need for web accessibility? Is there really people that need it? I kind of think there is. I kind of think that it's important that we take a look at what I know to be an invisible segment of our society. When I ask people why their site is not accessible or why they don't consider accessibility, they don't think they have ever seen or know anybody but maybe that guy that just passed them in the hallway that might have a disability. They don't consider how many people they're overlooking. It's an invisible segment of our society that we need to bring visible. And it's not them versus us. It's not one group versus another. It's all of us. It's all of us collectively that make up this group. People with disabilities are in a community that makes up a whole lot more than just the single individual, because it's their families, their communities, their friends, the people that they do business with, the people that they interact with. It's a very powerful consumer base. And if a company has a website and they're not accessible, they're missing out on this very powerful base. For some reason, my PowerPoint doesn't want to advance. There we go. So then the next question comes up. Is there really a problem? I mean, after all, how big a problem, if there is one, how big is it? So for those of you that are familiar, there's a company, WebAIM, and every year they do an audit on the homepage only of 1 million sites. And for 2019, actually, I correct myself, February of 2020, they did their million sites evaluation. And what showed up was 98.1% of all the sites they tested had errors, had barriers to people with disabilities. 98.1% of the sites they tested out of 1 million, less than 2% were fully accessible. And I've put on the screen that big number because I want people to see that number. I want it to be important. I want to let it be known that there is an opportunity for us as web designers to make a difference. It's a huge opportunity. And the source link to that is at the bottom of the screen. But are there other problems with the lack of web accessibility? I mean, other than just WebAIM's 1 million report? Absolutely. Because of the lack of web accessibility, we are seeing a drastic increase in web accessibility lawsuits. As Joe mentioned, I work with clients who are referred to me by attorneys. Since COVID started, my phone, my email, people contacting me because they've received demand letters, attorneys contacting me, inquiring about what can be done for their client, it has tripled. I can't handle all of these people. So far, we're doing a good job at either working with them or referring them out, but that is a huge increase just for me. So this is not going to go away. Whether it's COVID, where people are now, everyone is in their home and relying upon the internet, or whether it's going to be after COVID, when it becomes real obvious that everyone deserves the right to equal access everywhere, including the web. And personally, I appreciate that there's attention being brought to the lack of web accessibility. I just don't care for these trolls at all. So the more that we make websites accessible, the more these trolls is going to make their efforts more difficult. And that's a goal of mine. Here's an interesting piece of information from the report from WebAIM. The top 6 common types of WCAG2 failures on these sites that they tested. Look at this. Low contrast text. 86.3% of pages had low contrast text. Earlier today, there was a presentation about colors and contrast. So hopefully you attended that particular presentation. If not, when these videos are available, I do hope that you go back and you watch and listen to what Colleen had to say. Right at the top, low contrast. Personally, I don't understand why people put gray font on a light gray background. That's never made sense to me, but I see that on so many sites. And obviously, WebAIM found something similar. The other one, missing alternative text for images, 66%. Come on, that's like the one thing we talk about the most. Empty links, missing form fields, empty buttons, missing the document language? We're not even going to tell people what the language of the website is? How easy, if you had a website that had these 6 errors, they came to you, how easy would it be for you to remediate that site? Keeping that in mind, why aren't they? That's my question. Maybe they need you to knock on their door and tell them. Now, at the same time, I read legal cases on a daily basis. I always tell people, if you can't go to sleep, something that's better than counting sheep is to read some of these legal briefs. They're not really entertaining, but they are educational. And the most common problems referred in these cases, the website prevents screen readers from accessing primary content. Oh boy, here we go again. No text description for an image. Forms not working. Can't increase the text to 200% without loss of content or functionality. Here's one that a lot of people don't think about. If you have something on your website that has a time limit on it, you need to let people have a way to adjust it, disable it, slow it down, restart it, instead of just timing them out and kicking them off. Because a sighted person would see if there's a countdown, but perhaps someone with a disability either doesn't get the warning, can't read the warning, can't respond fast enough to the warning because you didn't give them enough time. Web pages without titles. Oh my goodness. It is so easy to put a title in a WordPress site. How? I'm beside myself. The purpose of each link cannot be determined from the text link alone, and that's where we get a whole lot of those. Click here. And I believe we had someone just a couple of presentations previous that talked about just that. Very, very important. So you see that the problems that are being referenced in lawsuits and the ones that WebAIM found are simple to remediate. They're simple to put in the first place, but when you have a client come to you with a site that has these problems, these are the simple ones to fix. So what's the solution to the lack of accessibility? Very simple. Make products that are accessible to everyone out of the gate. We do know that now that there are themes within the WordPress repository that are accessible ready. I do know there are people that's all they will work with is an accessible ready theme. And then they make sure that the content and the images and everything they add to it remains accessible. They make their job easy. Remediate products and areas that have barriers. Support companies and products that are accessible and innovate with new products. You may not have known that the disabled the disabled community is actually considered to be extreme users of certain products. What that means is, what you may not also be aware of, is that voice recognition software has been available for people with disabilities for 20 plus years. And because people with disabilities were using voice recognition technology, that same technology is now used in Alexa and Siri and Google's Assistant. So something that was done for what was a select group of people by their first analysis is something that has now been rolled out for everyone. So it's not a small group, it's all of us that benefit from these products. But let's move into what people want to know about tonight, and that is the increased value of accessibility for both designers and companies. What you hear a lot is accessibility can drive innovation, such as what I just mentioned. It can enhance your brand or hurt it. It helps SEO. It can minimize legal risk, and it can extend your market reach. And yet, those 5 points to some people are just vague. Yeah, maybe, but what about me? What can it do for me, for my company? Or what can it do for me? I'm a designer with a small agency. What can it do? So I want to remind you, if my slides will progress, this market, 98.1% of the market needs you for your web accessibility knowledge, expertise, to go in there and make a difference. 98%. So when I hear people tell me, well, you know what, my client doesn't want to pay for accessibility, I don't know what to do. 98% of the marketplace needs you. So if that client doesn't want to be inclusive and bring accessibility in, and you have done your best to educate them, maybe you need to turn your attention to somebody who will appreciate you and your skills and your commitment and your dedication. Just saying. But then we come back to, well, what can I charge? You know, I mean, I don't know. How can I mark this up? How do I make a living doing this? When I first had a website made for me, it was in 1996, 97-ish. The person charged me $3,000. I didn't think anything of it at the time other than, whew, that's a lot of money. But I also thought that must be the going rate because I had nothing else to compare it to. But the person that designed my website was not very pleased because I kept asking questions and I wanted this little tweak and just that change and can we do this and let's move that. And he made a statement one day and said, look, I just don't have time for all your questions. If you want answers, go take a class and get the answers for yourself. So I did, and I never had to ask him another question, but I also never had to pay him any more money because I knew how then to do it myself. So trust me, I never say that to clients. But I look back at that, and when I first started working websites myself, I knew I couldn't charge $3,000. I didn't have that much intelligence, expertise, information, experience. Even though I'd just taken a class, I didn't think I could, and I didn't. So I came up with a value calculator. And here's where, if you have a pen or pencil handy, or you take notes on a notepad or something, I'd like you to consider this. When you think about what is your value when you include accessibility into your services, what do you charge for a basic website prior to adding in accessibility to it? Put down that figure. Now I want you to consider your personal value. If you have taken classes on accessibility, put a plus. If you have certificates or degrees, put a plus. If you have any business awards or accolades, whether they're related to accessibility or just because you have integrity and you are a good business person and you take care of your clients, give yourself a plus. If you are a disabled person yourself or someone in your family or a friend that you see often, put a plus. If you have employees that are disabled that work for you, put a plus. If you have an understanding of WCAG, for each level of understanding, put a plus or a big plus. If you are very involved in a particular niche market that you know real well, you know what the market is, what drives them to do what they do in their business, put a plus. My niche market is attorneys. It's been attorneys for the last 10 and a half years. So I know attorneys. I know the legal marketplace. I know what they're allowed to do and what they're not allowed to do when it comes to marketing and advertising. I am always networking with them. So I know that market. If you have a market like that, give yourself a plus. Give yourself a plus for every year that you already have been including accessibility. If you can write code, give yourself a couple of big pluses. And if you often network with other accessibility professionals, give yourself a plus. And then think about what else sets you apart from everyone else. That is a huge plus. When you look at all those pluses, you're going to put a dollar amount to that, not with me tonight, but at a time when you're going to sit down, because this is something that is personal to you. Not what everybody else is charging, but what is your value. When you understand your value, you can explain it to your clients, and that's the important part. So you start with that value. Then you go to something where it requires manual efforts. This is an excerpt, a clipping from one of the checklists that we use in my office, and it's a spreadsheet that has on the left column whatever action that we need to take in order to remediate a site. Who's going to do that? Is that person someone that works internal in my company, or do we have to outsource? And what is the cost? Every person that works on a project, if they're internal, they have either a salary or a negotiated amount that they are paid. If we outsource it, we are paying whatever they tell us is their value to do that for us. We go down the list and we make sure that we cover all our bases. We do test everything on JAWS and NVDA by a native user of that. When we are remediating images, we don't just throw in the alt description and call it a day. We research, and maybe we have to find them a new image if the one that is on their site is really not that great. Maybe it needs editing because it's too pixelated. Maybe it's too big. Maybe it doesn't fit the content. We're going to change the meta info and the geo info for search. And we're going to do all that because we go the extra effort. What we're doing for a client is more than just fixing the technical problems. We want a good user experience for them as our client and their website for their users and their visitors. So think about this type of an effort and what value would you put into each one of those? How would you separate yourself from everyone else? A lot of times people calculate an hourly rate. I talked to someone this week who told me, he came to me and asked me if I'd hire him because he couldn't afford to be freelance anymore. So I looked at what he charged a client to work on a website and how many extra hours got thrown in that he didn't calculate. At the end of the day, he was making less than $7 an hour. So in Southern California, you can't live on that. So I told him, if you're going to calculate your value by an hourly rate, ask yourself, what is your resentment number? What is the lowest amount you would ever allow a client to say, this is how much I'll pay you per hour? And take that number and multiply it by 4. You should never work at a level that causes you to not enjoy the work that you're doing, because accessibility can be a whole lot of fun. The people that you will meet, the clients when they get excited, it's just fun. And then you have more value, updates and maintenance plans. In a lot of the settlements we're seeing in these legal cases, they're asking the court to require that people test their sites every 6 months. That's a maintenance plan for you. So that's how you add value. That's how you add more to you. Your total value then becomes your unique value, your cost per hour, your team that you work with, the complexity of the site that you're going to be working on and how well your skills and expertise can do that. The timeline, rush jobs always cost more. and future offerings, your updates and your maintenance plans. Excuse me while I take a sip of water. Then you put that into a strategy. When I first started in business in the 80s, a long time ago, I was out in my neighborhood asking businesses, why were they successful and the guy next door wasn't? Why did they continually succeed when people across the street kept going out of business? And what I heard more times from the successful business is they had a plan. They didn't wing it. They put in a plan and they planned it out as far as they could. They put in that plan not only the type of customers and clients they wanted, they put in that plan the type of education they may need in order to satisfy those clients. They put in that plan what would happen if business really picked up. So many people plan in the minute and worry about something going wrong. But as I said a couple seconds ago, my phone calls and my emails have really exploded in the last few months. Fortunately, I have a list of people that I can call upon, that I'm able to make sure that those contacts and those inquiries are taken care of. Take the information about your value, your expertise, what kind of websites you want to work on and what you want to do, and put it into a plan and follow that plan. Be transparent with your client, but don't be invisible. What we do for our clients is we either work in Basecamp or Asana, we work in Slack and Toggle, and we give our clients reports all the time. They know exactly what we're doing for them, so they don't have to worry. And what we do is we audit their website and we give them a report. And we may audit that website with an automatic tester before we put our hands on it and manually test it, and we will give them that report. But then we make sure that they see the difference it makes with someone who is keyboard only and someone who is screen reader. That way they get a better understanding of their target market. They get a better personal understanding of accessibility. I have been working with accessibility and websites for 12 years, maybe a little bit longer. And I was brought to my knees humbly at that point. I had been designing websites and I thought I was doing a great job. And I thought I was really proud of what I had. And then a member of my family who is blind had the benefit of someone coming to show her how to use a screen reader to access the web and visit websites. I was emotionally blown away by how much freedom it gave her. But I also was humbled when I gave the man my URLs of the sites I was so proud of and asked him to test them, and not a single one of them could be read by a screen reader. My world changed that day. And so I'm hoping that as you get accustomed to accessibility, your world takes a shift and you shift to where this just becomes part of what you do. Don't even have to think about it. So after you get the test and you find out what you're doing and you start working with your client, please do the easy stuff first. And the reason for this is if you are working on the most difficult part of the website where you possibly have to write some new code and redesign certain things, your client doesn't see what you're doing. He doesn't see that you're making any sort of progress at all. But if you go through the little things first, or what I call the easy things, not little, they're all important, the easiest things first, and then show your client as you go along, your client sees progress, your client sees hope, and knows that you're doing what you have promised to do. We always follow the WCAG, the checklist. I have this spreadsheet on the screen that shows the guidelines and where they fall on the WCAG. And all of our spreadsheets, we reference not only with internally to each other, but to our clients, which web content accessibility guideline success criteria we are meeting for them. They don't care, but they do care that we tell them. They don't understand it, but they care that we tell them. And that's the transparency of it. And that's what's important. Plus, when you follow the WCAG, you learn the WCAG. When you do the simple stuff first, you learn. It's easier to learn. So basically, you can have an increased profit with your business by increasing your value to your client, increasing in the fees that you're going to charge them because of the value of what you're bringing to the table. This will increase your business income. And unless you go out and buy a brand new Ferrari, it should be an increase in your profit. But I want you to notice that one thing I didn't say. I didn't talk about plugins as part of this process because it's good, bad, and ugly with WordPress. The good is there's plugins that can do work for you. The bad is a lot of those plugins will make the site worse, and you're now going to have to figure out how to remediate over the plugin that you just installed. And the ugly is that there are plugins that through their marketing efforts are going to try to tell you that they'll do your job for you. And then when they don't, you're the one that's in trouble. So don't be the bad apple. Be willing to put in the effort. You will enjoy it. You'll get excited. Trust me. Now we'll get to the second half, and I promise that this is a good part of it that you'll be able to share with your clients. The profitability for companies. People with disabilities are not a solitary market. They are surrounded by family members and friends. They recognize products and services that accommodate people in society. They will refer to people when it is an accessible website. So you want to show them the money. In the US, the total after-tax disposable income for working age people with a disability is $490 billion. That's a lot of money. Discretionary income, which is the income that they get to spend after they've paid all their debts and their taxes, is still $21 billion. Most people aren't aware of these numbers. You want to share these with your clients. Interesting note that we discovered is that individuals with hearing difficulties represent the disability category with the greatest amount of discretionary income, followed by people with vision disabilities. So when you heard about captions from Merrill earlier today, this shows why that's important. You can explain that to your clients. If you're in the UK, what we have there is internet users are 10.7 million. Or 10.07. 69% of people will leave a site if they have a problem with access, and they will go someplace else. This is called the click away pound report. And in my resources, I do have a link that you can read this entire report and share it with your clients. I also have a Nielsen report that gives all the information for US companies. But the worst case scenario that you can tell your clients is that the cost of a lawsuit is far greater. An attorney retainer can be up to $5,000. The settlement costs, the loss of work, those are real figures. And I do not lead with this with my clients. I lead with the numbers for the market that they can reach. If they don't want to listen, then I'll bring this part in. But how should they market to the disabled community? Besides developing products that meet needs of people with disabilities, they should get involved in the community. They also need to employ people with disabilities. Inclusive advertising, put an accessibility statement on their website. Because far too many designers think, well, I'll just go in and tell my client if they make their website accessible, that people will flock to it. And that's not true. It will give a boost to the SEO in some cases, but they still need to do their marketing. It's essential. And this is the type of marketing that they need to do. If they do this marketing, if they do it genuine, they will see a return of that marketplace. Because like any other community, people with disabilities do talk about people that treat them right. And when you think about your price and your value, just remember, there's always somebody who's willing to do it cheaper. So don't cut yourself short when you're talking to your clients about your value. Make sure that you go for the big value. So some of the references or resources that I'll share with you is the automatic accessibility checkers that we use. We don't use one more than another except the top two. We love the DayQ Axe Pro Beta because of the type of reports that we can give our client. And we love the Tenon API, which you can put in your website so that you can see as you're working what you're doing and what needs to be done. So you don't have to wait till something is done to go, did I do it right? By putting the API on your website for this one, you'll be able to watch your progress and learn as you go along. Other resources that I mentioned, these are places where you can learn knowledge. The Web Accessibility Initiative at w3.org has a free course on the Introduction to Web Accessibility, and you can get a certificate for completing that course, and it is a great course. I've done that course. I refer people to that course. It's full of knowledge. Knowbility, excellent resource. DayQ, WebAIM, CSUN, University of Illinois, University of Washington. The information is available. The educational resources are there. If you need to have a native user to test, here are 3 places where you can contract with them for someone or gain a referral. Again, Knowbility, Access Works, Pearson for the blind, and CSUN, which is here in Southern California. Also in my slides will be the links and resources to the statistics that I quoted for the companies, for the number of people in the community and the spending power. So in summary, 98.1% of websites need remediation. 1 in 4 people have a recognized disability. Accessibility is international. It's a right. It's a personal right. It's a civil right. Plan your design to include accessibility, have a strategy for remediation, understand the why and how of your value to a client, understand the potential market so you can explain it to your client. Check the obvious and fix those first. Fonts, structure, color schemes, video, audio. Don't rely only on automatic testers. Test your site manually. Have a native user of accessibility technology test your site. Be transparent with your clients and support the community. And I know I talked fast. I wanted to give you a lot of information. And since I know we're being recorded, you can come back and visit this information again. But I do believe if there are questions, maybe I have a couple minutes to answer questions.
Yes, you do. Thank you so much, Sumner. What a great presentation. Thank you. All right, let me refresh here. Our first question is there a study answering the following question? How many people leave a web page because of accessibility failure?
67%. It's in the Pound Away report.
Okay.
And the report also indicates that when people leave that website, they don't give up. They do spend that money elsewhere. So it's a total loss.
All right. Do you feel designer and developer reluctance in folding in accessibility is that they undercharge or overestimate their bottom lines? How would you recommend they address this, or can you share a brief experience?
My recommendation would be that they go through that list of what I did for value and accept more about what their personal value is as a designer. And if they've undervalued themselves, this is probably a personal issue that they need to take and look at. And they might want to sit and work with someone. I sit with designers all the time that want to discuss, how can I increase what I charge? I don't know what my assets are. So if a person will take a list of what are their personal assets, like the list I rang off, and then reevaluate. What does happen is many times they don't charge enough, they get burned out, and then it becomes resentment, and that doesn't work. But at the same time, whatever amount they charge, you don't want to overcharge because you're going to have to live up to that amount.
All right. Next question. Do you think that web development is driven too much by developers needing to rapidly solve problems defined by business rather than by users?
Not sure if I understand that question.
Okay. Let me restate it.
Okay.
Do you think that web development is driven too much by developers who are trying to solve business-related problems instead of trying to solve the problem in terms of how a user would use it?
So if I understand that correctly, a client's going to come to a designer and say, I need a website built because I need to sell a product. Instead of, I need a website built that's the best for user experience so I can get more business.
Correct.
Okay. Well, yeah, clients don't know. We have to educate them. That's what they need from us. They need us to say, hey, you know what? That's great. Let me help you understand how we can make that dream of yours even bigger and more profitable. So we as designers need to also be educators. Once we understand it, we can explain it.
All right. This is a really brief one. For the non-legal, what is a demand letter? You mentioned that in your presentation. What does that mean in relation to accessibility?
A demand letter is, it's actually a form letter, unfortunately, but it comes in on an attorney letterhead and it says, "Dear website owner, I'm sending you this letter because my client, a blind user or a person with another disability, attempted to visit your website and there was barriers that prevented this person from equal access. So it's important that you contact our office to discuss some form of remuneration for the difficulties and the problems that our client has endured." And that is the precursor to them filing a case. They send out the demand letter because they want someone to call and go, "Please, please, please, please," and beg that you don't hurt them. When most of those demand letters don't turn into cases, but many of them do. In either case, it's important to consult with an attorney how to respond.
Awesome. Okay, our final question is, excuse me, if you build a website with accessibility in mind and the same site without it, what do you think the difference in cost would be between the two sites in terms of what you can charge? That's a difficult question. I'm not sure if you can.
I don't know that I can answer it, because if I go back to when I was building sites before I knew anything about accessibility and I know what I charged then versus what I charge now, I don't know how I would back out all my accessibility efforts to try to figure out what that would be.
I was gonna say I wouldn't. I mean,
I can't even figure that out.
Yeah, that's a difficult question. It reminds me. I used to speak at high schools or go to the school when they had the parents come to work, and there would always be a kid who would say, "How much do you make?" Which is, I mean, it's a random question. I'm not making fun of it, but it's a difficult question to quantify because your value is based on that formula you talked about.
Exactly. And too many times I see in forum posts and discussion groups where someone will say, "Well, okay, I'm going to build a 5-page website for a client. What would you charge?" Well, first off, that's not enough information to find out what that price would be. But on the other hand, don't choose somebody else's number. Your value and their value are totally different. And I really believe that when we get into that thinking pattern where we say, what is it I'm bringing to the table here? And be real clear of what I'm bringing to the table has a big value to this client because no one else is bringing this same value. And I'm going to make a difference to this client and their website and the user experience that no one else is going to do because they're not me. Awesome. And it's not ego, it's confidence.
Great. Well, thanks again, Sumner. What are you up to in the next few weeks, or what can we look forward to hearing from you with?
Well, I've got a lot of speaking engagements, it seems, since we're not traveling the country or the world right now, everybody's on Zoom. So I have a lot of that. And we're planning for a next meetup that's coming up that we're going to do another hands-on. We have the WordCamp Los Angeles that's coming up in a couple of weeks. So there's a lot still going on. Awesome.
Well, thanks again for sharing with this incredible international audience. And I know we appreciate it.
For people that want to, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, Joe, but for people that want to follow me, I'm Sumner Davenport on Twitter. I'm Sumner Davenport on LinkedIn, or please go to the meetup and look for the WordPress San Fernando Valley. And since we're on Zoom, you can come in from anywhere in the globe and participate and contribute, and let's all learn together.
How can I be so rude and not let you lead on that? All right, thanks again, Sumner.
Thank you, Joe.
All right, I'd personally like to thank Joe Dolson for his leadership. I'd like to thank my moderators, Zolt Edelini and Dinang Apriyas Noor Fadila, and all the volunteers and organizers who made this incredible event possible. As it continues on, make sure you check in for our next presentation, who's going to be hosted by Robert Remedios. He'll introduce our next talk called Gutenberg Accessibility, a Screen Reader User's Perspective, with Raghavendra Satish at 5 o'clock UTC on this same channel. See you there, and we'll be back after a short break.
Hello, everyone. Um, Hello, everyone. Welcome to the WordPress Accessibility Day 2020. My name is Roberto Remedios. I live on San Jose, Costa Rica. Hello, everyone. I'm user experience and user interface designer. I'm also an advocate to accessibility. I have been working on accessibility a couple of years already. I fund with a couple of friends a local meetup group here and a Facebook group, mostly material in Spanish. My native language is Spanish, so if you know the accent, sorry. Well, the next talk that we're gonna listen is the Gutenberg accessibility, a screen reader user perspective. The speaker will be Raghavendra Satish. Raghavendra is a digital accessibility evangelist. He works at the system as a senior accessibility consultant. He's always breaking the web and mobile accessibility challenges. He's author of an accessibility blog and is galvanizing the adoption of accessibility by inspiring the local tech community with meetups and mentorships. He propelled his thoughts by founding a Hello Ali and a community accessibility professionals. When he's away from his computer, we can find Raghava at the local cafes and restaurants, sampling cuisine, attending local meetups, these audiobooks, or writing on his personal blog. He also helped a small business. And individuals on digital training, marketing, and SEO consulting. He has been building websites and doing SEO consulting for more than 40 years. So please, let's welcome Raghavendra. Thank you.
Thank you, Roberto. Am I audible now?
Yes, I can hear you, but your sound is not the best one. There you go.
Okay, let me share my video. Do I need to adjust my camera?
Okay, we can see your video, but you can put down your camera. There you go. Perfect.
Okay.
Ready? Go.
I'm sharing my.
It's okay. You are sharing your screen already?
Yes.
Yes, sir. And you have your presentation right now, and your presentation is full screen, so you're ready to go.
Okay, hi everyone. Welcome to WordPress Accessibility Day 2020. I'm excited to be here to sharing my views on Gutenberg accessibility. I'm a person with visual disability. My name is Raghavendra, and I'll be sharing some of my insights as a person with disability who is using Gutenberg. I've been building websites on WordPress for about 12 years now, and just because it's easy to build websites on WordPress. Like I fell in love with WordPress. I worked with Joomla. I worked with Drupal. and other CMS content management systems, but I fell in love with WordPress about 12 years back when I initially started with web. And as Roberto introduced, I work with Dex Systems as a senior accessibility consultant. I also run a meetup community called Hello 11Y, hello11y.com. And we do a lot of meetups and small conferences here in India to nurture accessibility and promote accessibility within the tech community. So today's agenda is going to be about Gutenberg accessibility. We all know that Gutenberg is a rich editor that is introduced into WordPress, and I'll be taking you through some of the accessibility challenges, usability challenges, like how people with screen readers and people with disabilities perceive content, and some of my insights on how I uh, work with Gutenberg, and basically how I work with content more for my blogs that I run. I run about 5 to 6 blogs actively, and earlier, about few years back, I used to own and run more than about 20-25 web blogs. Basically, I'm into affiliate marketing, search optimization also. So that's where all my experience working with content editing and content management comes. So today's agenda is going to be why Gutenberg needs yeah, a learning curve. So even as a power screen reader user, when I mean a power screen reader user, I've been using screen reader for about 15 years now, since 2005, 2006. I'm not born blind. I became blind at a later stage in my life due to retinitis pigmentosa, a genetical disorder. So I've been losing my eyesight for a while, and I've been a low vision user. I used screen magnification software like Magic, and then slowly I transitioned in using screen readers full time, like JAWS and NVDA. Which I regularly use now as part of my job and day-to-day activities on the computer. So even as a person with a power screen reader user, like I've been using for 15 years the screen reader. Even for me, when I initially started with Gutenberg, it needs a lot of learning curve. Yeah, because there were no tutorials on how to use Gutenberg with a screen reader. So I'll be demoing some of these challenges, like as soon as you get onto the editing part of the post, what happens really, and how what are the challenges that I faced. So how to work with Gutenberg using a screen reader, we'll be walking through a demo, and the usability challenges, and then some of the accessibility challenges that I have seen in Gutenberg. So what is Gutenberg? So Gutenberg is introduced in WordPress 5.2. It is a rich editor, and in my perspective, what I have seen is it's basically being used to create rich content. When I say rich content, it's not just headings, lists, paragraphs, great design also. The topography or the layouts, and it has evolved. Like it came into existence in WordPress 5.2, and right now the version WordPress 5.5 is running, and the core Gutenberg plugin gets updated every once in 2 weeks, and with every major update, the core is merged into WordPress core. So what I have seen is there's a collection of blogs. When initially the collection when everyone started talking about Gutenberg and saying it's a block based design, as a person with disability, I did not understand what is a block. So I when I was reading articles on other blogs and websites, they said heading block, paragraph block, or all the list block. I did not understand what is a block. Theoretically, it was very difficult to understand what was a block. Then when I started working with Gutenberg, then I got a clear picture that every section of the content area is designated a block, is called a block. Like you create a heading, it is a block on its own. You have a paragraph, it's a block on its own. And Gutenberg gives a lot of control over the content and the layout of these blocks. So you can customize all the font size, color, uh, and styling of all the fonts and all. So these are some of the options that I have seen. And from the technical standpoint, like for a person with visual disability, it was not very useful for me to go and edit, because I'm not sure what exactly what the color is going to be on the front end. And also I normally generally use the basic themes settings that are there. So we all know that the Gutenberg accessibility story, it's merged with 5.0. There was a lot of pushback from the accessibility community, and a lot of accessibility professionals and the wider community itself said that it should not be merged with 5.0 because it's not mature. And there were a lot of articles on the web where it was told that it was written uh, that the design aspect, like accessibility, is not considered from the start. But what I see is with a 2-week every 2 weeks development cycle, and being pushed every 2 weeks, it's very difficult to keep up with both accessibility, design, development, and fixes of accessibility bugs and all that. So there were a lot of challenges because there were a lot of moving parts. But uh, after 2 years, and what happened in 2019 is WP campus called for an independent audit by an agency, and the agency provided it results, and we had like close to 300 accessibility bugs that were found on the Gutenberg. And the Gutenberg was audited not on the plugin but was on the core that was merged with WordPress. So what did the WP campus audit show? It showed like considerable amount of accessibility bugs. There were more than 300 accessibility bugs. Like a couple of more of these bugs were related to authoring tool, where you upload a video and there is no way to provide caption. So some of these are authoring tool challenges, and some of them are pure accessibility bugs. And after the WP campus audit, there were a lot of bug fixes on the way, and the accessibility team the development team started fixing a lot of these accessibility bugs. And we have seen, I've personally seen some of these accessibility fix being in place during the subsequent Gutenberg plugin releases, and in the core merge also. And if you go to GitHub, I provided the link here. There are a couple of significant more accessibility bugs still that are open. And some of these bugs are, like pure technical related. Maybe as a person with disability, you might not be finding it very difficult to navigate, but they are technically an accessibility bug. That's why they are called upon. So how Gutenberg is very difficult, like it, as I said in the previously, it's very difficult for screen reader users. So what I did is, as a person with a visual disability, I work with a lot of other people with disability in the local community. So me and couple of my friends who are all screen reader users, and some of these people are accessibility specialists. So what I did, I gave them the I installed the Gutenberg plugin, and I, I studied them how they're going to use. And some of the power screen readers users found it very difficult. They did not understand, but like there are a lot of elements, like as soon as you open the post screen, add new post screen, there are a lot of elements, and you click on add block and your focus moves to a search field. So they are like caught off guard completely. So we are going to discuss some of these during the demo. Like I'll be running a demo of how I use Gutenberg and how, it is very different from our classic editor. What happens in our classic editor is like you have the title screen and you have the content area where you type in the content. Or generally what happens is, as a person with disability, we generally use Microsoft Word and we type in our content and then we put it in the classic editor and we use shortcut keys in the classic editor to give a heading, paragraph, and block quote and other markup to the content that we created. So it was pretty easy for us, and some of them said that we know HTML. So what they do is they use the classic editor text mode instead of visual editor, and they mark up the content directly in Microsoft Word and they just put it in the editor and just publish the content. And that's where, as a screen reader user, it needs a lot of learning curve here. And it's a lot of visual aspect. Gutenberg, as I said earlier, it's there to create great visual design. But as a person with disability and who has been writing content for more than 12 to 14 years, I did not find it like, for me, it's just headings, paragraph, plus it's more of content than visual aspect of the. So one of the challenges that we also faced is with regard to the block definitions. So some of the blocks, like if you go onto the Gutenberg search area and go category by category, there are some of these blocks like markdown block or some of the quote, or it's a separator, or so there are some of these blocks that we did not understand what exactly that block does. Okay, so some of these blocks for which we tried to find definition and we were not able to find. So we felt that, if there is a help what exactly this block does, like how it is going to show up in the front end, it would have been very helpful for us to use some of these blocks. So I'm going to show a demo right now. So Robert, I'll be sharing my screen reader sound over the Zoom so that people will be able to hear what I'm navigating.
Yeah, the thing is, let me talk with the administrator, because the thing what you are sharing is your computer sound.
Yes.
Maybe can you place your mic close to the screen reader?
Okay.
Tab, leaving menus, the bottom button to activate, press space bar. Shift tab, more button drop down.
You able to hear my screen reader?
More button drop down.
Yes, we hear your screen reader.
Windows M, desktop, full tab, taskbar, Google Chrome, -1 running with space. Edit post, single left pointing angle, quotation mark, digital label, num lock off, num lock off, virtual PC cursor.
So I'm here on a screen. This is a post. I created a demo post here. So first, to get a feel of this particular page, this screen, I use headings. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to press Control Home to go to the top of the page.
Edit post, single left pointing angle, quotation mark, digital label, WordPress.
And then
Slower.
I'm going to press H.
Edit post heading level 1. Scripts heading level 2. Status and visibility heading level 2 button expanded. Permalink heading level 2 button expanded. View post heading level 3. Categories heading level 2 button expanded. Tags heading level 2 button collapsed. Featured image heading level 2 button collapsed. Excerpts heading level 2 button collapsed. Discussion heading level 2 button collapsed. Link suggestions heading level 2 clickable. Wrapping to top. Edit post heading level 1.
So I know I'm at the edit post, and I'm going to press tab here.
Tab. Document tools toolbar read only. Add block toggle button.
So that's a toolbar. So as soon as I hear that it's a toolbar, as a person with screen reader user, I know that I have to use arrow keys to navigate. Let's see what happens.
Tool. Undo button to act. Redo button unavailable. Content structure button collapse. Block navigation button. Add block toggle button. Tools button collapsed. To activate, press space bar. Undo button.
So
Tools button.
let's add a block.
Add block toggle button. Enter. Toggle button pressed. Search for a block. Block library region. Search for a block. Edit. Search for a block. Type in text. 110 results found.
Okay.
Tab. Tab. Blocks tab selected. Use JAWS key plus Alt plus M to move the controlled element. 1 of 3.
So if you see here, there are 3 tabs. One is blocks.
Patterns tab selected. Use JAWS key plus.
These are block patterns.
Reusable tab selected. Use JAWS.
And reusable blocks. So one of the things that confused me is about these block patterns and the block templates. So after reading a lot of articles and tutorials, I came to understand that these are some of the pre-designed templates that a person can use. Just select one of these block pattern, and you can the visual aspect of the pattern will appear in the front end, and just you need to update the content. So it was very difficult to understand when the blocks came. It took me a while to understand, and then block patterns is something, again, it's confusing for me. So let's go to blocks.
Blocks tab selected. Use tab. Blocks tab panel. Text list box. Markdown. 1 of 11.
Okay.
Paragraph. Heading. List. Quote. 5 of 11. Code. 6 of 11.
Okay, let's
quote. 5 of 11. Enter. Editor content region. Add block tools. Add title demo content. Right heading. Paragraph block right heading. Paragraph block empty block semicolon. Start writing or type forward slash to choose a block colon quote. Add block colon quote. Right quote. Edit contains text. Type in text. %D. Right quote. Edit contains text. Empty block semicolon. Start writing or block colon quote. Right quote. Edit contains text. Type in text. Right citation. Edit. Right quote. Edit contains text. Type in text. Home. Selected. Out of table. Right citation. Edit contain. Right quote. Edit contains text. Type in text.
Okay. Okay.
Home. Selected. This is an example quote.
Okay. So I wrote a quote. So what if I want to insert a list block inside this particular quote? I don't know. I still did not able to figure out. I was not able to figure out how to embed one block inside another. Like generally what I do is like I write the HTML markup. It's easy for me. But if I have to put a list block inside this block code, I don't know how to do it. Let's see if there is an option.
Shift tab, block colon quote. Shift tab. Add block tools. Block tools toolbar read only. Change block type or style button menu. Press space.
So I'm here on the block tools. So there are some accessibility challenges with this particular version of Gutenberg on the core right now. So
space.
I press space.
Change block type or style button menu. Press space to activate the menu. Then navigate with arrow keys. Add title. Edit contains text. Type in text.
I press space. I'm not sure.
Demo content. Demo content. Add title.
We're on the title right now.
Yeah, the focus has completely shifted. I was trying to expand the more tools.
Edit. Add title. Edit. Add title.
Okay.
Tab. Right heading. Edit contains text. Type in text. Space.
Space.
Shift tab. Add block tools. Block tools toolbar read only. Change block type or style button menu. Press space to activate the menu. Then navigate with arrow keys.
I'm going to press space bar here.
Space. Expanded menu. Change block type or style menu. To move through items, press up or down arrow.
It said expanded. Okay. I'm pressing down arrow here. I'm not sure if something is happening over there.
Yes, you have several options about paragraph, group, full quote, but they are not accessible at this point.
Yeah. Yes. So none of them are red, and one of this
escape leaving menus, editor content region, add block,
and it's very difficult. One of the challenge that we face is like creating content directly in Gutenberg. Now, if I have to keep adding, like just imagine I have like 10 paragraphs with 10 headings. If I have to go through the process of
Escape. Virtual.
building each block, inputting content.
Edit. Add title. Add title.
One more challenge that I face is
Demo content. Right heading. Edit. Contains text. Type in text.
I'm inside this heading, but if I press down arrow from here, it moves to the
Paragraph block. Edit. Contains text.
next
Paragraph.
next block.
Right heading. Edit. Contains text. Type in text.
And
home. Right heading. Hello world. Edit.
So if generally what happens is like when I use up and down arrow, I expect the content to be read in an edit area. But here what is happening is we move from block to block. And if I want to select the content in this particular heading, suppose, generally in an edit area, I do Control A. What happens is it select all the blocks.
Hello world. 6 blocks selected. Main region. Editor content region. Add block tools. Add title demo.
So if you see, it selected all the 6 blocks that are there in the
escape. Edit post single left pointing. Edit post add type.
So I'm going back to this one.
Right heading. Edit contains text. Type in text.
So
escape. Virtual PC cursor. Escape. Tab. Right heading. Button. Paragraph block. Row 2. This is a paragraph block. We are trying to demo this with screen reader.
So this is one of the feature that I really loved about Gutenberg, where you shift tab.
Shift tab. Right heading. Button. Heading block. Row 1. Level 2.
So there are like 6 blocks. I know row 1, row 2. It reads out this is a paragraph. So once the blocks are in place, the hierarchy is easily understood. But creating content inside a Gutenberg, it's becoming very difficult, because generally we create content, like me and my friends or all the people who manage this blog, we create content in a Word document, and we edit, we do spell check in Microsoft Word, we edit everything, and we put it on a Google Sheets. People take it from there, and then we used to put it in the Classicator, format it, publish it. But now taking each piece of content, like copying each paragraph or heading into this one, became difficult. So now what we are doing is we are using the code editor. So what I do is like I press Alt Control Shift M.
Alt Control Shift M. Right heading. Code editor selected. Edit post single left point. Add title. Edit. Add type. Tab. Type text or less H2 greater. This is a heading less /H2 greater.
So what we do is we put the content here, then we do the HTML markup on our own. We are not using the block editor as much as we are supposed to use. So generally what we do, we create a
Alt Control Shift M. Edit post.
We create a block.
Edit collapse main menu. Add block toggle button. Enter.
We select the classic block.
Main region. Block library. LASIC. Tab. Reset search button. Tab. Blocks tab selected. Use JAWS key plus tab. Blocks tab panel. Text list box. Classic. 1 of 1. Enter. Editor content region. Block classic. Block classic. Edit. Add right heading. Right head. Paragraph. Right head. Paragraph. Block empty. Block semicolon. Start writing or right quote. Edit. Block classic. Edit.
So
toolbar blank. Edit.
So we take the classic block. We paste all the content here. Then we go back to the code editor using Alt Control Shift M. We give the markup, the necessary markup, or we use some of these rich text tools here.
Shift tab. Block classic. Shift tab. Add tab. Block classic. Toolbar with paragraph button menu.
So it's been easy,
Bold left parent control.
Because
italic left parent.
So it is easy to mark a paragraph, italics, bold.
Bulleted list left parent, numbered list left, block with left parent, align left parent, align center, align right left, insert /edit link left parent control.
So this has been very easy to do. Otherwise, it's becoming very difficult for us to navigate within blocks, select content, then put it here. And some of the other challenges that we face is with the plugins. Now, one of the confusion that we ran into is understanding the block structures.
Block code, nav, insert toolbar N, save draft button, preview, blink left parent opens, publish button collapsed. Settings toggle button.
So this settings, we thought this settings is part of something to do with Gutenberg. I did not realize these are post settings.
Settings toggle button.
So if I select this, post this setting.
Publish button collapsed. Settings toggle button pressed.
So all the
insert classic heading level 2, scripts heading level, edit post heading level, wrapping to bottom, classic heading level 2. %D blank. Notifications blank. Classic heading level 2. Scripts heading level 2 toggle blank. Table with 2 header scripts clickable. Edit the add tool undo content block nav insert layout but save draft button. Preview button collapsed. Save draft button enter. Saving. Preview button collapsed. Settings toggle button pressed. Space. Main scripts heading level 2. Wrapping the top. Edit post heading level. %D block blank. Notific blank. Main reach list end. Classic current. Rightward 0. Document button. Block breadcrumb list of 2 items. Document button. Block breadcrumb list of 2 items. Open publish panel button collapsed. Open document settings button collapsed. Blank. Table end. Combo box bottom colon before closing table blank. Open document settings button collapsed. Space. List. Document button. Block left parent selected right pair. Classic heading level 2. Wrapping the top. Edit post heading. Document button. Open publish panel button collapsed. Enter. Main region visibility colon public heading publish colon immediately head suggestion colon add tags head share this post heading level.
So if you see, all these settings are hidden inside this button. It's been very difficult to find some of these settings for us. In the classic editor, it has been very easy. Like you have the classic editor, you have the categories, you have the sharing settings, you have the Yoast or rank math, the SEO snippet where you can edit everything. It's just one screen with what you want to show on your screen or not. Like in the screen settings, we used to customize them in the screen settings, show these custom meta boxes, and we used to edit them. But after the Gutenberg, it was difficult. Like one particular time we spent half an hour trying to find where the categories heading was, because it was assigned to a default uncategorized category, one article. So we were trying to find out where the categories is. It became very difficult for us to
Before
find.
you hit featured image heading level 2, share this post heading level 2 button expanded. Suggestion colon add tags head.
For regular users, we get lost at the beginning with all the interface.
Yeah. So it's been very difficult for us like that. And
edit collapse add tool undo content structure block navigation button collapsed. Content structure button collapsed.
So content structure, this one I understood at a very later stage. It gives out the structure of the content, like which headings, paragraphs you have. But all this needs a lot of learning curve, and there are no tutorials like how to see. There's a specific way we are taught how to use screen readers on the web during one of our like me and our friends, we gone through professional training because we are late blind people, and they are taught like how to use screen reader on the web. But after a while you get hang of it, how things are laid out on the web. But all this is so confusing because there's so many moving.
Block navigation button circle toolbar end preview button link left parent opens in a new
and this preview also.
Preview button tab editor top bar left shift tab preview button collapsed. Space.
I expand it.
Tab menu to move through items.
Nothing happens there also, even in the preview. And I think this preview,
PC cursor.
I'm not sure if it is broken or if it is inaccessible.
Tab.
Because when I press enter.
Title is edit post single left pointing tab P equals 4206 and P shift tab. Tab P equals 40 tab. Tab. PC cursor.
I don't know.
To move through items press up or down arrow.
It is stuck.
To move through tab. Tab P equals 4206 and preview equals true.
It reads some code. I'm not able to preview my posts also properly most of the time.
Escape leaving menus editor top bar region. Preview button.
The preview button is also not accessible.
Virtual PC link left parent opens in a new tab right parent. Publish button expanded. Settings toggle button pressed. Genesis toggle button. Rank math toggle button.
So these been after I understood what settings, what Genesis,
Jetpack toggle button.
All these things do. I understood all the options of these other block related plugin are here. So
More
if I
jetpack
select
button.
Jetpack,
Enter.
I know that all the
Jetpack toggle button pressed. Before you hit publish, please refresh the file. Scripts heading, share this post heading, social previews heading level 2 button, likes and sharing heading level 2
all the Jetpack related options come here. I understood that as soon as I press rank math above.
Edit, collab, add tool, undo content, block, insert layout, change, block, move up, button, more option, preview button, collab, publish button, expanded, settings toggle button, Genesis toggle button, rank math toggle button, enter.
So what I'm doing is
rank
I'm
math.
using the button B, the keystroke B to move from button to button.
Scripts heading level 2, focus keyword, heading level 2, basic SEO6 errors heading level 2 button expanded.
So I'm pressing H to go to the headings.
Additional 7 errors heading level 2 button collapsed. Title readability 2 errors heading level 2
So this has been pretty easy once I understood the layout of this how the block plugins work. I understood that the plugins are they come in the top region, and I have to activate them and select the options.
11:05 a.m.
I think this is pretty much what I wanted to show, like some of these accessibility and usability challenges. I think we can go for questions.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much for the demo. I mean, it has been really, really nice. Get the real vision of people who interact with the Gutenberg usability. I mean, for regular users, for most of the users at the beginning, it's kind of difficult because there is like a lot of stuff to learn. I mean, visually it looks very clean, it looks very simple, but I think it's a lot more complicated than the regular editor. Even a pro tip: when you create content, you can paste all your content on the classic editor and then convert your classic editor into all the different blocks. Most of the times, WordPress will translate all your different content, but yes, it's difficult. And about the plugins, I mean, most of the plugins are available as a block, and then you call the plugin, but then you need to make configurations on the same plugin. So it's very difficult. Let's start with the first question. The first question is, will you find useful to have easy options to disable blocks that you can't or you don't wish to use?
So there are too many blocks. I think it's not the question of disabling the blocks. Like I think there are very few blocks that I use on all my websites. So sometimes I might use the Jetpack, Eventbrite, the Calendarly block. I use them rarely, but I need them. So disabling is not an option, but maybe the way I want to approach the content itself should be a little different, because I don't use all these blocks all the time and all the options. Robert?
Yes, sorry.
Alert.
Oh, over here. Okay, the next question actually is my personal question, and is away from the native blocks, because there is a lot of native blocks. Did you find the other blocks, the plugin blocks, accessible? For example, WooCommerce, Joe's SEO, the Gravity Forms, Contact Form 7, stuff that you usually use a lot to create content. Are they friendly with screen readers or not?
Okay, WooCommerce, I'm playing with WooCommerce right now, and Contact Form 7, I'm not using it right now because I tend to use the Jetpack forms. Jetpack forms are very accessible, and MailChimp block is accessible. Rank Math SEO, Yoast SEO, and there are other plugins that are very accessible, like the Atomic blocks from Studio Press. They are accessible. The accordions, the testimonials block, and the author block. So most of the blocks that are coming, the blocks are whatever I encountered are very accessible. Like creating content has been very easy inside them.
Okay, thank you very much. The next question, it will be, do you find any particular combination of a screen reader and browser to be better?
I use JAWS plus Chrome, NVDA plus Chrome. These are my default screen reader combination. I used to use NVDA plus Firefox earlier, but now I prefer NVIDIA plus Chrome. It's more supported, and I come from that era where I learned the screen readers using JAWS. So it's a very little difficult transition for me to use full-time NVDA. So I tend to use JAWS a lot when I'm not doing accessibility testing. But when I do accessibility testing specifically for my clients, or I'm testing some widget for accessibility, I tend to use NVDA plus Chrome.
Okay, thank you. We have a last question is, unexpected changes of focus are one of the WordPress accessibility team common complaints about Gutenberg. How often or rarely do you feel that happen in your usage of Gutenberg?
Robert, can you repeat the question? How
Yes,
often?
but like the unexpected changes on from one element to another one, the focus is one of the main complaints of Gutenberg. How often did you get that? That do you think you are on one specific place or want to go to another place and it's not working properly?
So the major problem that you run into Gutenberg is first you need to understand how this Gutenberg is laid out. Like you being a person with screen reader user, or you can be even a sighted person, just can't open Gutenberg and understand it instantly. Like I run the Hyderabad blogging club also here. I run a club full of bloggers, and most of them are, I think I'm the only person with disability. Me and another friend are the only person with disability in that club, and a lot of them are sighted. And when the Gutenberg came in, they are like, is there a way to switch back to the classicator, is the question they asked. So we told about the classicator plugin, but a lot of them did not transition to Gutenberg immediately. That took a long time to understand. Like we did a lot of workshops with them to make them understand how Gutenberg works and how it helps with the design and all that. And now they fell in love with the Gutenberg. They don't want to transition back to classicator. So because it was so easy for them to create stories, it was visual stories, storytelling and all that. It became very easy for them to create. So they don't want to transition back to the classicator. They're using Gutenberg. It takes a lot of time to learn Gutenberg. That's the only aspect here. And as a person with screen reader use, as a disability and a screen reader user, it took a lot of time for me to understand Gutenberg end to end. Like now I can create blogs, content and all. It's just little difficult for me to manage content rather than create content. Like if I have to copy each paragraph from Word, Microsoft Word, and put it here into create one block, put it inside that block, then go back to Word again, come back here, put it in a heading. It's taking too much of my time.
Awesome, thank you. Well, we don't have more questions this moment, so please, the people who is watching this over YouTube, feel free to add your questions into the YouTube chat, and we will answer that on the presentation. Meantime, maybe I have a last question because we have another 2 minutes, maybe. What what did you recommend for people who is blind, who have the disability, to interact directly with Gutenberg? You already say it takes a lot of time, not just to understand how Gutenberg works, but create content beyond the tip that you already give. Create your content on a Word document and paste it into WordPress. What other kind of tip did you have for the people?
So one of the other thing is, as you said earlier, what I do is like I create the content, I put it in the classic block, classicator. Then I use this plugin called, I think, uh, bulk Gutenberg. So you change all the posts into blocks. So I converted my old posts and new posts. I put them as regular classic block, and then I convert them into blocks. So what I also did is right now I had a virtual assistant who's helping me with, who's a sighted person helping me with all the visual aspect of the block design aspect. Like I only concentrate on the content, and they take care of the pictures, the visual aspect of all the other things.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. And maybe the last question, because we don't get any other one, and I have always questions. If you run as a lead of the WordPress project at this moment, and you decide, let's do this 100% accessible, where did you focus to make Gutenberg and this experience more accessible? What do you want to see on the future, or what do you want to see on Gutenberg to be more accessible?
If you ask me, like what I am thinking is, as I said, I want to create content in Microsoft Word. Just come here, put it, and then work on the formatting, and then maybe a button or option where it will convert everything into blocks, and then I hand over it to my design team. So basically, I come from the content aspect of this, and as a person with a visual disability, I don't know if I insert a picture, I don't know where I'm inserting it, or what is is it taking completely over, what is the cropping of the image, uh, where it is it placed to the left or right, all that aspect. So I normally tend to leave all the design decisions to the design team, and then just work on the content aspect. So if you ask me right now, what I would want to see is, I just want to see uh, like how this classic block is there right now. If I want to input the content, I want to input here, format it, then a button or an option just to convert everything into blocks, and then where the design team can take it forward from there. It should be easy for me to publish content, format content, uh, edit content also. One of the main challenges that we are facing right now is with the editing of the content. So once we put all the content into blocks, uh, editing of the content is becoming very difficult. Like you want to edit a certain line in a particular paragraph. Earlier, what we used to do is we used to copy all the content into Microsoft Word from the classic editor, do Control F, look for that particular keyword, and wherever we are supposed to edit them, and edit and just put it back into the editor. But now with the Gutenberg, it's like I have 4 paragraphs, 4 headings, couple of lists. It became very difficult for us to edit the content. And if I copy from the code editor, all the HTML code also comes in. So it's just not really working out. So it should become easy for us to edit content in the Gutenberg.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much. This talk has been amazing. I think that's all for tonight, guys. Please, let's thank Ravandish, and let's remember we are going to have our next talk on basically 10 minutes, 6 UTC time. It will be accessibility by default authoring tools by Susanna Louding. It will be on the same channel. So let's gonna take a little break, and we will see you again soon. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I'll be updating my presentation and give it to the team here. And you can all follow me on Twitter and other accessible, all the other channels.